Hello, my name is Professor Kevin Hilton. I'm the Independent Chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I am based at Leeds Beckett University, where I was head of the Research Centre for Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, and more recently the Interim Pro-Vice Chancellor, Culture, Equality and Inclusion at the University of Sussex. The Race Equality Commission is a non-partisan strategic assessment into the nature, extent, causes and impacts of racism and racial disparities in Sheffield. Working with 24 commissioners from the Sheffield area, we conducted a series of short, focused hearings over 6 priority areas for the city. These included business and employment, civic life and communities, crime and justice, education, health, sport and culture. In May 2022, we will be presenting the findings and recommendations for the report that will be made available to the public on the Sheffield City Council website. This is the Crime and Justice Hearing Part 2. I'd like to just go through some preliminaries, and so I'm going to hand you over to Adele Robinson, who leads the Secretariat, to go through them with you. Thanks Adele.
Okay, hello, good morning. I'm just going to take you through a little bit about the context of the Commission first. Okay, so as you may know, the Commission is an inquiry into the extent, causes, nature and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key areas: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today's the second day of the crime and justice hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a final report which will be submitted to key stakeholders for action in Sheffield. The Commission has invited you here as a witness today to share your experiences and insight into the 5 kind of major areas of the Commission's work. And these areas are your knowledge of racial inequality and racism in the field, which you may feel is interest to the Commission, knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related duties or frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector in which you work, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and finally, what you believe would be the best ways to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. By appearing as a witness today, you're required to act in good faith, and we're assuming by being here you are doing so. And can I also say, just for the record, this is being recorded and it will be available on the Commission's website afterwards, and any non-confidential evidence that you've submitted will also go on the Commission's website. Can I ask all those in attendance to wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can invite guests and commissioners, please introduce yourself before speaking as well for the record. And can commissioners, if you've got any questions, can you put them privately to me in the chat and I'll send them on to the chair. And now can I hand you back to the Independent Chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thanks, Adele, and welcome again, Shelley and John and Laura in the background there. Shelley, I'm joined by commissioners from the Sheffield Race Equality Commission, and as Adele said, I'm the Independent Chair. I wonder, before we get going and before I invite them to speak with you, I wonder if you could just make a short statement about your submission. Just a short statement about your submission, because we have sight of it already, and just let us know what part you played in the writing of that evidence, and if you just let us know in what capacity you're joining us today.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. I can't see you all. I can only see Professor Hilton at the moment, but I'm Shelley Hemsley. I'm currently Sheffield District Commander, and I have been since November last year. I'm temporarily in that role, and I hope to be continuing in it into the future. The submission has been primarily written by Inspector John Mallows with my support, based on our information, intelligence and our knowledge within South Yorkshire Police. So it's very much collaborative between the two of us. And I think if you've read it already, I suppose the key points from our perspective are we think, and I truly believe, that neighbourhood policing is a really important factor that will help to improve our community relationships and establishing our trust in communities. You'll be aware that we re-established the neighbourhood policing teams a couple of years ago, and they're really starting to flourish. They will take a really important role. From all of the evidence that we've seen and we have read, documents in a national context, I think it's very likely that Sheffield's ethnic minority communities will be disproportionately affected by certain crime types that are linked to social inequality and deprivation. I absolutely, and it will, I'm sure it'll be something that we discuss, acknowledge any community concerns about disproportionality in policing practices. And what I would say about that is that's something that we look at too. We want to ensure we have trust with the community, so we do have external and internal scrutiny to assist us to understand the issues. You will see that reported hate crime has increased in line with national levels over the last year in Sheffield. And I say reported because I know that not all victims come forward to report, and certainly that's something that we would want to encourage. You'll have seen from the paper our workforce simply isn't representative of our communities at present. We do have a plan about how we would like to increase our representation, and actually we've got a really good opportunity through the current Uplift programme to be able to do that. And so I would ask for your support about how we might be able to make ourselves more representative. And then just to give you a little bit of a context that you'll already know about Sheffield, it's a city of just under 600,000 residents. That's back to the 2011 census statistics. And at that time, our diversity was 19% of our population were from ethnic minority groups, predominantly Pakistani, but we have other racial groups as well within the city. A bit about Sheffield. So I lead about 750 people in Sheffield Policing District at the moment, and they are there's a strong neighbourhood and partnerships footprint I've spoken to you about. I've got an investigations portfolio that have reactive and proactive policing and also public protection elements within it. We've got, which is what you'll probably see more frequently, although I'm hoping that you see our neighbourhood police officers regularly, the 24/7 response officers that respond to all the calls for service. And I do have a very small business function as well that supports our officers to deliver services in Sheffield. We primarily work to the Police and Crime Commissioner's Crime and Policing Plan, which is about tackling antisocial behaviour and crime, protecting vulnerable people and enabling fair treatment. And I'm sure you'll agree the enabling fair treatment is a really important aspect in terms of what we're talking about today. I suppose in terms of you ask about areas of racial inequality, national and local context, I've got to say you know, you look at our data, we don't currently collate workforce data at a Sheffield level, but I can tell you at a force level, and you'll see that our workforce is underrepresented in staff who self-define as from an ethnic minority group. We know from our research that some of the steps in our process could impact on the success of those candidates coming through. So we are developing a positive action strategy because we want to improve our representation, and we've already recruited a positive action advisor to support that, and there's some interviews tomorrow for a police officer to have a positive action police officer role. So that's pretty hot off the press that interview is tomorrow, and we're excited about that. What I can tell you, and I mentioned this already, we've got a great opportunity through Uplift to look to increase our diversity, because will almost have 700 additional officers within our workforce. We start our recruiting campaign for the next phase on Monday next week. What we have seen in the most recent campaigns is some higher numbers of registrations from candidates with an ethnic minority background, so we see that as positive. What we need to be able to do is see them through into recruitment and then through into progression. And particularly progression, because you'll see that only a couple of officers got through our sergeant's promotion board in the last 5 years that are from that self-define as from an ethnic minority background, which is just not where we want to be. We have an equality hub now. We think that's going to be really important internally, but also externally, from some outreach about how we can demonstrate more diversity within our workforce. And then I suppose the stark evidence that's come out of a lot of national reports, and I don't think that Sheffield will be much different than this, although there will be some differences. We know that ethnic minority people are more likely to be victims of crime, particularly victims of violent crime and homicide. We know that Black people are 5.7 times more likely to have force used on them through policing, 3 times more likely to be arrested, most likely to be remanded in custody through Crown Court, and nationally 4 times more likely to be stopped and searched than white people. So that's why I said at the outset, see that there is disproportionality of effect on ethnic minority people. You'll have seen our stop and search figures, so I'm not going to dwell on those too much. They're for the financial year 2020 to 2021. 44% of the searches that took place in Sheffield. We tend to have 44% of the demand in Sheffield across South Yorkshire, so that's not unusual that we would see that. What I can say is for people other than white, they were 2.7 times more likely to be searched than a white person, and that the disproportionality was highest for people who self-defined as Black. What we do know is drugs is the most common reason for searches in Sheffield, and we do look particularly to scrutinise stop and search through a number of different forums. We haven't had many complaints in relation to stop and search. I think it's 9 in the last 18 months, albeit that might give me some comfort that we are exercising our powers proportionately and appropriately. It may be that people do not feel confident and the trust to come forward to tell us if things have not gone appropriately. So, like I say, while I might have some comfort in that, I absolutely recognise that that might not be the whole story. In terms of hate crime. 70% of our hate crime relates to race. And we did see a 17% increase in hate crime last year. Now, I suppose there's a couple of things to say about that. It may be that people feel more confident to report, hence the rise. It may be actually that we are seeing a rise. And realistically, I still know there are people amongst our communities that do not report hate crime and hate incidents when they occur to them. We have, and I think they will have already spoken to you, we do have a hate crime coordinator in our community safety partnership in Sheffield, and the purpose of that is to support reporting, to support victims, and to ensure that we do sufficient follow-up to see how we can improve our services. And because it is so important dealing with hate crime, not that all crime isn't important, but that's why here in Sheffield we have our neighbourhood officers investigate reports of hate crime, because actually that's part of their role, which is to build trust and confidence within the community and understand the issues there. Mm-hmm. I suppose thinking about, you asked about my analysis for the cause of racism and racial inequality. I suppose it's important I say I think racism is different to racial inequality. I think they can be two different things. And I would say that the inequality relates to social deprivation, poverty, lack of opportunity potentially. And when we look at that, it correlates to areas that experience higher crime levels, and those are some of our most diverse areas. So you'll have seen from our report that Burn, Grieve and Firth Park, through the Violence Reduction Unit area profiles, they have the highest rates of violence and injury in Sheffield, and that directly affects our communities and people from ethnic minority backgrounds, which will lead to inequality. There's no doubt organised crime has an impact. To be fair, we can't ignore the fact that austerity on all public sector resources, not just policing, and services that used to be delivered will have had an impact on, helping communities prevent crime and build stronger communities. It's not the only, it's not the only factor, that austerity, but certainly organised crime has gained some traction, I would say, and that tends to occur in high crime, deprived areas. It's linked to drug supply, drugs use, violent crime. Of course, we then as police, as you would expect, target those areas for policing interventions. But what we will tend to find is those high crime areas correlate to areas where there are more ethnic minority people, and hence it may feel that disproportionality of effect around our policing and enforcement. Completely accept that. I mean, I hope you see that we are trying to make progress in tackling organised crime, and in part that's in creation of the armed crime team, who've had some really good success in investigative terms, but also we've got a fortified partnership that's around intelligence gathering and building better communities. I'm not talking you through the examples. I think we've got.
No, it's okay, Shelley. It's been very comprehensive. We've allotted a little more time for your session, so we were able to have a slightly longer intro. So thank you very much for sharing that précis of your submission, especially for those who are watching that haven't been able to read your submission yet. So thank you very much. Can I just get a bit of clarification? Yeah. You said you say you have a hate crime coordinator.
Yes.
How does that relate to the role that Sarah Pullman had as a lead around hate crime?
So Sarah Pullman used to be our hate crime theme lead for the force.
Yes.
So we tend to have an officer from chief inspector or above rank that will take the lead for different themes. And for example, I used to be our domestic abuse crime lead before I came into this role.
Yes.
Sarah hasn't been the lead for a little while now. It's now Chief Inspector Andy Berryman. So basically what their role is to look at what's coming out as national good practice, guidance from the College of Policing and national data sets to look at where we are in terms of our performance and effect compared to what's happening nationally. So that's what the theme lead would do.
Yes.
But the hate crime coordinator is very much, at the moment, that is a police officer. It's moved from a police staff role into a police officer role. And they're an individual that will review every hate crime that is reported within Sheffield to look to see whether or not we've got some lines of inquiry, whether or not there is any pattern in terms of who it may have happened to, where it has happened, so that we can have that intelligence-led approach to where we need to put our resourcing. But they'll also look to make contact with the investigating officer, the victim around support, and then their role very much is also within the subgroup of the Community Safety Partnership, the Hate Crime Working Group, to look at what our processes and practices and feedback, some lived experience and feedback that comes from our victims about how we can then improve our services in the future. And also importantly, I don't, it's not odd to say this, I think you'll agree, we don't get everyone reporting to us, and we need to start ensuring that happens, because if it's hidden, we can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And so that really is one of their roles locally, to try and encourage people to report to us or to a third party centre. So
Andy Berryman will liaise then with hate crime coordinators across South Yorkshire.
Yes, that's right. Yes, yeah. He's the theme lead. He has quarterly meetings. He has quarterly analysis drawn up so that we can understand what the themes are across the county, learn from any good practice that is seen elsewhere, and just basically coordinate the force's response.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very, very much for that. And you mentioned something about that Black, Asian and minority ethnic people are more likely to be remanded in Crown Court. Yeah, that's come
from national national research and data. I think that was from the most recent. Yeah, that's from the right. Okay, Mark John's here. It's from the national government website. That I'm not saying that that's occurring in Sheffield. What I'm saying to you is, because one of the things that we need to do better or be able to do locally is make sure that our data sets in terms of people that are dealt with as victims, dealt with as suspects, searched, that our data quality is good, so we can understand what backgrounds people are from, which will then give us an opportunity internally within Sheffield and the force to research disparity. So I haven't got the local data. I suppose what I'm saying is it's probably unlikely to be very much different to what we see nationally. Although I can say that if you look at our stop search disproportionality, for example, we're not seeing it at the same levels as we see it nationally in Sheffield. Right. So it's likely to be there.
But there is still that disproportionality that you outlined in terms of 2 to almost 4 times more likely if
Yeah.
you're black, or if you're black, Asian, minoritized ethnic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have to say as well, and one of the things through our equality, diversity and inclusion strategy for the year 2021 to 2022 is we are going to do some more deep dive analysis into stop and search and potential disproportionality. And I suppose one of the things that I'm thinking about in terms of that is that I mentioned at the minute, we look at that based on our 2011 census data. I think we'll probably find when we have more census data that in truth, we're a more diverse communities in Sheffield than the 19% that we suspect we have now. And then the other thing I wonder about, and I think we need to do through that stop and search analysis, is be a little more discerning about the populations and where stop and search happen, because we're looking at the population across South Yorkshire, across Sheffield, but we know that our stop and search may happen in more high crime areas where more ethnic minority people live. So I'm not entirely sure that we're completely discerning, but what I can say to you is certainly from the data we've got at present, that would appear to be our people's experience. And that's what we're looking at.
I'm going to stay with stop and search, if that's okay. Because you did say that drugs are often the main reason, well, are a major reason why people are stopped.
Yeah.
And then you've said that you're almost 4 times more likely to be stopped if you are black, or twice as likely if you're BAME.
Yeah.
Is there a racialization issue there in terms of bias, stereotypes that are impacting the nature of the stops for these people who are overrepresented with stop and search?
I certainly don't see that there's evidence of that, and I suppose I would say that in terms of what I do know is that our stop and search is very much evidence-led around where organised crime and high crime areas is occurring, and I suppose that's why I say to you, we know that in those areas, for example, Burngreave and Firth Park, that many more of the members of those communities are from ethnic minority backgrounds. So I wouldn't say at all that may be based on racism or profiling. It's where the officers are at that time, and we certainly don't look to profile. It's very much evidence-led and in areas that are being affected by high crime and certainly violent crime, because we really do need to tackle that, because my concern being that spreads fear within our communities, and people would expect the police to be there tackling the issues that are important to them.
Yes.
I suppose one thing I would say around all of our neighbourhood teams have got public priorities that come from surveys of the communities, and the vast majority, if not all, I'd have to check with John, what we find is that drug use and drug supply is a local priority. So it's not surprising to me that we're doing searches around drugs, because that's what the community are asking us to do.
Yeah. Are you satisfied with your, in terms of stop and search, are you satisfied with your data integrity score from the HMIC FRS for stop and search, being just it's around 83%, according to to Alan Billings's office. So that means that nearly 20% of your searches didn't have reasonable grounds for the search. Is that is that I was going to ask you, is that a misinterpretation of the statistics, or because what they're saying is 83% of the searches have reasonable grounds, so that means that almost 20% didn't have reasonable grounds.
I'm not sure that we can say that they didn't have reasonable grounds. I think what we can say is our audit trail of recording that was not sufficient for the scrutiny of HMIC. So I think it will lie somewhere in between that. Basically, what they're giving us assurance of is in 83% of the searches, we've got a decent, good audit trail that demonstrates that we are using our searches appropriately, whereas 17% they can't have that assurance. I don't think that necessarily says that we are doing it unlawfully. It says that we need to record better. Some of those, of course, might be that reason, but I don't think we can say that 17% is definitely unlawful. Yeah. Right.
So is that within the parameters of satisfaction for you, that 17%?
Clearly, I want to ensure that our searches, every one of those, is done appropriately and with good assurance. Do I think that we'll get that right, and certainly the audit trail all of the time? No, in truth. But would I want it to be better than the 83% assurance? Definitely. Yes. And certainly some of the things that we're doing to give me some of that assurances in terms of stop and search scrutiny through the independent ethics panel, the fact that we do stop and search scrutiny through our IAG internally in Sheffield, that we are reviewing stop and search from body-worn video clips in order to see what those interactions look like. So we are doing lots of activity to give us that assurance. Absolutely. Do I want HMIC to give 100% assurance that on every occasion we're exercising that power appropriately? Yes.
Yeah.
But please be assured, we know that's really important, and that's why we've got a number of those activities ongoing.
Yes. We've heard from members of the community in these hearings who share their experiences of being profiled through stop and search. For some reasons because they use their car frequently as a salesperson, or purely because they happen to fit a profile. We've heard these things from workers at Unity Gym, for example, and some of the young people they work with, because they seem to have lost trust and confidence. They seem to have lost trust and confidence in the police. You've also said just now that the lack of complaints about stop and search may reflect this lack of kind of confidence in the authorities that manage stop and search and investigate it. What would you say to these members of the community?
So first of all, it's really important that I tell you the police do not profile. So we do not profile members of our community.
Oh no, Shelley, what I'm doing. Sorry, if I may.
I'm just really concerned.
No, I understand what I'm saying, but the notion of profiling is in common use, okay? And so this is their lived experience, so they feel as though they're being profiled. So I'm not imposing that word on you, on the South Yorkshire Police. So my question is, what would you say to these members of the community?
So I know that the Unity Gym are already in touch with my now Northwest neighbourhood team. I know that Sergeant Kirkham is in touch with them. I think that is a really important link between the neighbourhood teams and Unity Gym and other communities, so that they understand our role and that we can listen to issues. Absolutely. Do I want our communities to have a voice that is listened to, where we hear and understand their lived experiences? Yes, and one of the main ways that we're going to get there for the time being is through those really important links with the neighbourhood teams, those officers that they see regularly. And I would say certainly please reach out to us. I know we are reaching out to community groups, but we are open and here, and we do want to listen. And it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because what I cannot relate to personally, because I'm a white woman, is how it feels. And for our ethnic minority groups, and especially if they feel that they are more regularly stopped, that's not something that I see or I hear as a complaint, but I absolutely understand that may be some of our people and our community's impression and perceptions. And one of the ways that we need to combat how people are feeling, I would say, is those local links. We need to get better at listening, and that's what we are trying to do through our neighbourhood teams.
Yeah. I mean, okay, I'm going to muzzle myself as chair at this point. I'd like to bring in my colleague Martin to speak with you. Martin, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
That's great, thank you. Hi, I'm Martin Wilkie. Shelley, can you see me? Because you said you could only see one screen.
Yes, I can see you now. That's all I can see, Martin.
It may be the way your Zoom is set up that you've just got one screen rather than all the screens. I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless there is a gallery view that you can click on, and then you might be able to see everyone.
You might see all of us. We've all got wonderfully
okay, yes, faces. There you go. Gosh,
there we are.
We're all here. We're all here.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I have my use of Zoom is not great because it's not technology we use in force. We use Teams or Skype, so I'm on my personal iPad to be able to see you. So apologies.
That's fine.
For that.
So I'll tell you a bit about myself. I'm a kidney specialist. I work at Sheffield Teaching Hospitals. Normally on a Thursday morning, I'll be seeing people with kidney disease. So this is a difference for me.
Yes.
So I'm immersed in health, but not in crime and justice. So being a racial equality commissioner has enabled me to see a different walk of life, if you like, and to think about that. And I'm really appreciative to you and your team for sharing the information you have, and I'm going to ask a few questions based on those reports, if that's all right. Yes. Now, my questions in some places may seem a little bit repetitive. I'm sorry about that. It's to do with me working my way through, and if we've covered something, then that's fine. But I'm going to cover two broad themes that you've already pulled out: workforce and community, essentially, those two broad themes, and start with workforce. And I can see from what you're saying that you see that having a representative workforce is a really core objective from what you've been discussing. So what I want to ask you then is just to sort of drill down to get a bit more granular, to try to understand why you think or why there are these reasons for disparity that you've alluded to, in particular in the more senior ranks. Why don't we see people from minority ethnic groups in the senior ranks in the police force in our area?
So certainly in terms of senior ranks, and when we say senior ranks, are you meaning chief officer, Martin, which would be like assistant chief constable, deputy chief constable and chief constable?
Well, I can see that from above the sort of sergeant rank is sort of where we start to see much less representation, I think.
Yeah.
Isn't that right?
Yeah. So certainly in terms of progression within service, what we have a number of ways that people progress. Everybody, until more recently, all officers join as a police constable, and then they'll go through processes of progression. So in order to become a sergeant, you need to want to do that. You need to take an exam, you need to go through a promotion board, and then you'll get promoted. And that is mirrored as you go up and through the ranks. So in time, if we ensure that our constable rank is really well represented and better represented than it is now, we should see some progression through the ranks for people to get to that position of more senior officers. We did actually enforce a few years ago. Our most senior officer was Assistant Chief Constable Max Sahota, who was from an Asian background, albeit he's not currently presently in force and is now retired. So we would expect to see you'll see that we've got 5.5% of our inspectors are from an ethnic minority group, and 4.7% of those are other than white. We would hope through our internal processes of positive action, the positive action strategy with a positive action officer and advisor, and also through the Equality Hub, that we can encourage those officers to go through for progression through service. I can only speak in some ways, Martin, as a white woman in service. Certainly when I joined the service 27 years ago and I looked up, I didn't see many people like me at senior ranks anywhere. So from my point of view, it's quite inspirational as a white woman to see our Chief Constable, the first ever woman Chief Constable. Our ethnic minority colleagues need to see that diversity as well, because I think that is what encourages you, realises there is no glass ceiling, that can be you. And so that's why the positive action strategy that we're doing now and this recruitment phase is so really important to us, because we need to get the talent in that can progress through the ranks and look up and see people like them. I don't think it's going to happen as quickly as we would like, because certainly to be a senior officer, so in the Assistant Chief Constable, Deputy Chief Constable, or Chief Constable rank, you need to go through a selection process, a national selection process, and not many candidates were successful through that process this last year. So we are going to, I don't think we're going to see the diversity in our higher ranks change quickly, but it's really important we start now.
So can I ask you a bit more about some aspects of that? Because I know what you're talking about. This is really important, representation, and you've described the importance of representation from the gender point of view as being really important. And we see similar features within the health service as well, of course. But I wondered about processes of coaching and preparation, mentoring, all of those different sort of aspects which can enable people to progress, whether those are active, if you like.
Yeah, so we do have a coaching and mentoring network, and certainly the coaching and mentoring is part of our positive action strategy. That's going to be a really key role for our positive action advisor and positive action officer when they are in post, to encourage and support our staff to see those possibilities for promotion. And we need to understand, Martin, why that's happening, because we have got a pool of eligible officers to get promoted to sergeant from ethnic minority backgrounds, but they didn't apply for the last process. So we really need, through our Equality Hub and from those posts, to understand why and what we can do in order to encourage them to go for it, because they've got the skills and abilities, they've got the qualification. We need them to want to be in the
Yeah,
room
sure.
for the interview.
I mean, it might be part of, you know, if people felt that they were less likely to proceed, then it might discourage them from applying and so on. So there's these different parts of it, aren't there,
Yes.
about their experience. But clearly you're focusing on that. You've talked about the equality positive action advisor and that role. Can you just describe to us what that role will actually do?
So their role is around our strategy and the activity that is going to meet our strategy going forward. So our objectives, it's going to be very much around internal support and liaison with our staff in order to encourage them to consider promotion and moving into different roles. There's very much a community aspect in terms of what we expect them to do. So to identify through neighbourhoods, communities and groups that we can speak to talk about why SYP, we really want it to be a diverse organisation and an employer of choice, because at the end of the day, we'll have almost 3,500 police officers in South Yorkshire Police through the uplift. We want to engage people in it. We're a good organisation. We can offer an excellent career and diversity. So there'll be a lot of encouragement through that, but also I'm just going to check in with Laura, because Laura might have something to add. Do you want to actually speak, Laura? Do you want to see her, Martin?
Yeah, that'd be great to see. That's lovely.
I'm
Thank you.
I'm going to turn it around.
Turn the camera around to Laura.
Because she's been really instrumental in this, and she's in the interview tomorrow for the officer.
That's nice. Thank you. Hello, Laura.
So Laura, Martin, Laura, could you introduce yourself before?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so my name's Laura Brown, so I'm the Talent Acquisition Business Partner for South Yorkshire Police. So my role at the moment leads on the Positive Action Initiative for the force. As well as obviously wider recruitment, talent acquisition activity. So in terms of we do have a positive action advisor who's currently in post, who's been with us for a few weeks now. But as Shelley had mentioned previously, we are also recruiting for a positive action officer. So even just within obviously the past 6 months, we are putting a real focus onto positive action with dedicated posts. So with the positive action officer, some of the additional activity that they will be doing, it will really be about engagement with our candidates as well. So what we've seen from previous rounds of recruitment and previous recruitment campaigns is that there is that disproportionality, like Shelley had mentioned. But we do tend to see like higher dropout rates during the recruitment process or withdrawals. It's not always the case, and we have changed our recruitment process recently. So that could have impacted it, and it won't necessarily allow for your kind of reliable data at the moment. But that role is really going to focus on engaging as much as possible with candidates from an ethnic minority background right through the recruitment process. So that will be in terms of providing more regular updates, but also delivering recruitment workshops for each stage of the recruitment process to really help kind of support and encourage people through those processes. And where we will hopefully really see that dropout rate decrease, particularly with the upcoming campaign. So that will
Laura,
be...
can I ask you what sort of influence this individual will have at the sort of executive level? I just want to know how influential they will be able to be. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, of course. So both positive action roles actually will be present at the Positive Action Board, which will be chaired by one of our chief officers. So as part of the new EDI strategy, we are introducing a positive action board that will sit below the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Board. So they will be providing regular updates and taking actions away from the positive action boards that take place. So they will have that influence, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's great to hear about that. And there's also some discussion to be had about the Equality Hub as well. Is that something that you are responsible for, or is that Shelley who wants to answer about the Equality Hub?
I can answer some, and then I can
okay, go on then.
I'm not responsible as such for that, but I and my team and Positive Action representatives going forwards will be attending the quarterly Equality Hub meetings, as do our wider people and organisational development function. So we do have presence at those quarterly meetings anyway, but we have already, and we are continuously really developing strong links with the Equality Hub. There is a new race inclusion and equality staff association that has very recently been formed, and members of our Equality Hub, and particularly our associations with the new association just mentioned, are involved in our recruitment events. So we always try and have presence from the Equality Hub on those boards, and we do share regular updates. We quite often run new recruitment activities by the Equality Hub. So we are quite heavily involved with them, and we are building that relationship.
And how widely known is the Equality Hub through the force, do you think? Is it well known about? Do people access it routinely? What's the level of activity? How do we know about its impact? These kind of things.
Yeah, so for our new recruits, so because of obviously the volume of new recruits that we're seeing into the force at the moment, the staff associations or the Equality Hubs, when they first join from a kind of training perspective, they will be present and they'll do that introduction initially. So from a kind of new recruit perspective, that is something that we've really tried to build into to increase that awareness and increase that awareness of the support that is available. Across the force, we do have a really, really diverse range of associations. For one, there's 11, I believe, in total, which cover all different areas. But we so that is spread across force. So yeah, the hub is well known across the force in general. I don't know if you want to add to that, Shelley, at all.
Sorry, Martin, I'm back.
Hi.
So yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, we have a force intranet where force messages take place and where you can find resources internally within the force, and the Equality Hub is one of our featured stories on there, just as we're speaking now. So Laura's right. We target our new starters to understand what associations and support they can have, and also for those that are already in service that might not have had that update, it's there on our intranet to talk about it. And looking at there's a range of staff associations within that, so like the Police Federation, Unison, Unite, GMB, but also our networks include the Race Equity and Inclusion Association, which Laura's just mentioned, which is a new group, the Association of Muslim Police, but we've also got LGBT+, a disability support group, a support group for autism spectrum disorders, the Women's Network, the Christian Policing group, the police liaison officers for deaf people. So it is quite a wide range, and certainly they members of the Equality Hub or the Equality Hub chair, that inspector is present at the Force Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Board. I can't emphasise the importance of that enough. The Chief Constable chairs that, so that's
Great,
about from the top, and certainly they sit on that board to ensure, as an advisory board and in an advisory capacity, and to ensure that underrepresented groups have a voice, and that we can ensure that their thoughts, considerations, feelings, their lived experience is something that we take account of when we're talking about what we might do in terms of our strategy, policy and practice. And they also have input and advise in terms of, so the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Board is chaired by the Chief Constable, and then sitting from that, we've got a cultural programme board around what our culture within the service is like, which needs to be inclusive, the Positive Action Board, and also we have a Confidence and Trust Board, which is more about our outward facing roles. And our Equality Hub has a voice at all of those because it's really important.
So from what you're saying, the Equality Hub has a strong voice at the executive level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great, I'm really pleased to hear that. So I want to move our questioning slightly now to ask about the experience. What do you know systematically of the experience of officers from minority ethnic groups, Black and minority ethnic groups? And I come around to this from my understanding of the health service, where there's a workforce race equality standard that collects information annually around such things as experience, bullying, promotion, disciplinary, all those different things. So I wondered if you have that sort of systematic understanding of experience to work on.
Yeah, so I suppose what you're talking about there is in terms of our own staff being able to raise issues. So we do have a grievance process within the force. I'm one of the force's grievance resolution officers. And also we have a confidential reporting line that people, if they don't really...
Shelley, yes. I don't mean to interrupt you. I think that Martin was asking a slightly different question in terms of the systematic gathering of data. I think what you're referring to is responding to individual either complaints or kind of disciplinary issues that may or may not come along, throughout the course of a year. So is that right, Martin? So you were looking
Well, that's clearly part of it, but I was just wondering if there was a systematic approach to surveying the experiences of officers, so that you kind of, for example, can you compare year on year how satisfaction ratings are? Are they improving? Are they deteriorating in certain areas? Is there progress being made? That sort of thing. Do you see what I mean?
So we do have a police officer, police staff survey that takes place. I think it's every 2 years. We have our last survey has just closed, and we're waiting for the analysis that comes out from that. And in terms of any data that is gathered around it, what will happen is we'll have a force level data that helps us understand how people feel and what issues there are. But certainly as Sheffield District Commander, I will also have data that will support me and help me make a development plan to improve any issues that our staff may be feeling. In terms of systems, we do collect data through our HR processes, and in general we will collect data in terms of crime statistics, arrests, stop and search. One of the areas we know that we need to improve is in terms of our data quality. And you'll probably see that in terms of potentially the stop and search statistics, that there's, from a self-defined point of view, there's quite a number of people that do not state what their background is.
Sure, no, I was thinking about
yes,
the
we do have a
workforce
systematic
experience.
way to gather that data, and it would be generally through the staff survey or through oh yeah,
next interview process.
Laura's just reminding me as well. The other thing that we do that helps with our HR processes to understand how people are feeling is that we have a systematic approach as well to exit interviews.
Right. Okay.
And those were done internally by district and department. So if someone left Sheffield district, they would be offered an opportunity to speak to me for me to understand what the reasons for their leaving was and whether or not we needed to do anything differently. Actually, our HR, people and organisational development, or they're called, have now taken that process in-house to make sure it's independent, so that we can truly learn about how people feel when they exit the organisation.
And does the police staff survey collect ethnicity? Can you break down the satisfaction according to ethnicity?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay, we can do. So you would have to say whether you were a police officer, police staff member, your age, your gender, your ethnicity.
Okay.
All of that biographical data is collected.
So you can see how things are changing. Okay, I'm going to move slightly then. Still on workforce, Kevin, for a minute, and then I'll move across to neighbourhoods. So just to ask, what do you think the impact of the ethnicity mix within the police force has on the experience of the public, for example? You know, how do you think that representative or lack of representation influences the interaction and the public experience? And I just want to understand why we think that making an impact in terms of changing representation within the police force will have beneficial effects or otherwise. I wonder what your thinking is behind that.
So I think the diversity of our workforce is really important, and I suppose I hark back to what I said is when the public see a police service that reflects them and looks like them, that is always likely to build trust and confidence in policing, and for it to feel that it is for it to feel like it's a service that they can access. So I think, you know, the makeup of our workforce is really important for our communities to see that, to have confidence and trust in it. Having said that, in the meantime, until we get to that diversity, we still should be working hard to build trust and confidence within our communities, because actually some of this is about our attitudes, behaviour, our approach and approachability to the community, and how they feel we've dealt with their complaint or their service. So until we get to looking more diverse, I would hope that we're still building trust and confidence with the communities through our actions and behaviours, and how we're dealing fairly and appropriately with people.
We're going to come to that in just one moment, but before we get there, can I just ask one more question about recruitment? And that is, you've got a range of outreach activities then. As you think about this uplift of these 700 new officers, can you describe the kind of outreach activities that you run to try to draw people in?
So we have a range of engagement methods. Each of our policing districts has got a neighbourhood inspector in who is leading on police recruitment and positive action. And what you will see is pop-up police stations in different localities. I know, for example, we had a pop-up police station event at Zest at Upperthorpe yesterday, where actually there was encouragement about joining the police from those diverse communities that reside around there. So some of it is around pop-up police stations, some of it is about bespoke engagement with our diverse community groups. Certainly our neighbourhood officers and inspectors will use, I don't know if you've seen SYP alerts or Twitter or Facebook, in order to reach out to communities. We're also actually, there will be all addresses within Sheffield and the wider South Yorkshire will be receiving a leaflet through the post. So if you live in Sheffield or South Yorkshire, get ready for that talks about our neighbourhood policing process, but also about recruitment. So we're trying to do it in lots of different methods, and clearly the new roles that Laura's talked about are going to be one of our outlets for doing that. And there is some responsibility on our Equalities Hub too, to be able to reach out within communities to encourage people to apply, because I suppose from my perspective, I can encourage people to apply. Hopefully I come across as someone that you would want to have some policing services delivered by, but actually nothing better than the people in our equity, inclusion and diversity group going out and saying, look at me, actually I'm having a successful career, I enjoy it, the culture and how it feels within service. I can tell you that you'll have a good experience. That's really important for people to know, isn't it?
Of course. Great, thank you. So I'm going to segue into neighbourhood policing. You've been talking for a long time. I'm just wondering if you've had a glass of water or something of that sort.
My tea has gone cold, but I'm going to progress onto the glass of water I've got now. Thank you.
Great. So Kevin, with your permission, I'll move across to talking a little bit about community policing. If that's...
Yeah, Martin, can I just, I know it's a slightly longer session, but the time is flying.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
And I'd like to bring some of the other commissioners in.
Sure.
So can I just ask you to limit your questions to
I'll bring it to one or two questions.
Yes.
Then. So the question then, Shelley, is in terms of community trust in South Yorkshire Police, what steps are being taken to improve community trust across diverse communities? Are there examples of co-production of solutions, for example, and how do you assess those initiatives and how they work? So it's a broad discussion around the community policing initiatives to build engagement and confidence and to co-produce solutions.
So we've got a neighbourhood policing strategy, and the lead link through that co-production will come through our neighbourhood policing teams. And certainly in terms of what their main roles are, the neighbourhood roles are around engagement, targeted intervention and problem solving. And some of the problem solving around these perennial issues within their areas will be about engagement with community groups and those people that are affected by crime and antisocial behaviour in their areas. So in terms of our engagement piece, we've got an engagement strategy. As it turns out, for Sheffield, John Mallows leads that piece, but that talks about how we gather data from community surveys to understand what the issues our communities have, how we speak to our communities through alerts, through Facebook, through social media, through pop-up police stations, how we do that also through local publications. So, for example, Activate and other areas where we now are involved in reaching out. In terms of then co-production, this is where the community safety partnership is really important around our strategies. We've got I chair the community safety partnership along with a local councillor lead, and what we want to do, we've got some opportunities to ensure that we have people from ethnic minority backgrounds that sit on that board to help us in the development of our strategies and policies going forward. And I think I'm going to stop talking now because it might be worth you coming back, because I've said a lot, but I'm not sure I've fully answered your question.
No, I think you've answered it mostly. I mean, we wanted to know about early intervention and prevention, and I think you've covered those topics. So I think what I'm going to do then is I'm going to hand back to our chair, Kevin, and then allow other people to come in. Is that fine, Kevin? Or
thank you. That's lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you, Martin.
Thank you, Martin. I'm going to line a couple of the commissioners up. So First, I'd like to bring Winston in, who has a question around the positive action work, and then I'd like to bring Rhonda in, who's got a question around online hate crime.
Okay, yeah. Oh, Winston.
Winston, could you introduce yourself after, taking yourself off mute?
Hi, Shelley.
Hi, Winston.
I'm one of the commissioners. I've got 20 years social care experience, number of those as a manager, and I'm currently self-employed doing adult social work with individual young people, often young people just on likely to on the cusp of custody, involved in serious crime, and my job is to avert them from criminality, in essence. Shelley, I'm curious about the recent activity in relation to positive action. You mentioned the recruitment of a positive action advisor, the likely recruitment of a positive action officer next week.
Tomorrow, Winston.
Sorry?
That's tomorrow.
You mentioned the Race Inclusion Staff Association.
Yeah.
What is prompting this this positive action activity when there's been underrepresentation from the black minorities for decades? Why now?
To be fair, Winston, I don't think it is just now, but it's certainly refreshed in light of some of the movement that we've seen previously, like Black Lives Matter and other movements. Certainly it's brought it more into the forefront again. What I can tell you is we haven't had a positive action advisor or positive action officer as sole roles within policing more recently, which is what we're looking to reintroduce. But back in the late 90s, I followed an officer in role in the recruiting department to be a positive action officer. So it isn't new, it is refreshed. And I think it's important that it's refreshed.
And I agree with you. I think it's important it is refreshed, but it feels like you've now got dedicated people in dedicated roles looking specifically at black and ethnic minorities and recruitment. And that does feel new. We've heard from a lot of attendees at the Commission who routinely mention Black Lives Matter and George Floyd. And they often talk about, in light of that, we revisited, and you mentioned George Floyd again, and how that has sparked a consciousness, and you're responding to that. Why has George Floyd, the incident with George Floyd, enabled you to refocus? Why does an incident like George Floyd force organisations to refocus when the issues have been there for decades? Why does something as tragic as that force people to look at race again?
So Winston, I can understand why you would say that. Absolutely. I don't think that is the sole reason. It does bring matters into focus. Because we've had an Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Board for a number of years that's been monitoring our representation. And frankly, you can see from our representation that we need to do more. The point about the why now in terms of the positive action advisor and the positive action officer is that uplift opportunity. So we've got the chance now of 700 new police officers coming into our organisation. We've had a slowdown in our recruitment through austerity, as everyone is aware. it feels now that this is a really important and significant time for us, hence our refresh of that strategy to get it in place. So it would be wrong of me to say that Black Lives Matter and that movement, that it's not been prominent in society and in thought, but ultimately we've been gearing up to this because we've known this is almost, because of the numbers of people involved, almost a really once in a lifetime opportunity for us to really grasp that and in large numbers look at improving the diversity of our workforce, because that's a lot of officers over the next couple of years that are going to be coming into service. So I understand exactly, Winston, why you say that, and there's some coincidental and also some refocus, and I think it's right to refocus in the light of that, because clearly there is a wealth of feeling nationally and in Sheffield towards why it's really important to improve diversity.
Can I ask a couple more questions? The Positive Action Advisor, what's the ethnicity of the Positive Action Advisor?
I don't know her. She is white.
Okay, my next question is, you've got an interview tomorrow for the Positive Action Officer.
Yeah.
What's the makeup of the candidate shortlist?
A white female, one Asian.
So one is an Asian male and one is a white female.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is your reference, Winston, to lived experience from the point of view of the Positive Action staff and the need for that, but also for there to be that lived experience and diversity on the selection group?
I suppose I was comforted to hear Shelley mention that there was ethnic minority representation on the candidate shortlist. And I was curious, as the Positive Action Advisor, the ethnicity of Positive Action Advisor. So you talk about the lived experience and within significant ranks mirror the public identity. And if those people leading in those positions don't reflect that diversity, then I'm sorry, it doesn't quite cut it.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And just for your information then, on the interview panel tomorrow, we've got a chief officer, Laura, and one of the officers from our Race, Inclusion and Equity Association. So we've got an ethnic minority officer that's part of the interview tomorrow, which is what you're talking about really being important for them to be able to choose the right candidate.
Can I ask if you have ethnic representation on panels at every interview where a person of colour is being interviewed?
No, I wouldn't say that that's the case.
Is that
and certainly it wouldn't be the case in some of our more senior roles, because we haven't got that diversity of people to be able to be on those interviews. But I think but yes, I understand the point you make, Winston.
And in that case, at more senior levels, wouldn't you talk to neighbouring forces about bringing someone of that rank across, so there is that representation, or do we just stick in house? We haven't got that representation, so the candidates, and particularly candidates from ethnic minorities, you don't see someone like you at the other end of the table in that interview process. I would think that would be part and parcel of something that's part and parcel of your interview process.
Yeah, that's a really good suggestion, and certainly that's something that Laura is writing down as we speak, Winston. So thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Winston. I think they need you on AC12. Winston. So Rhonda, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Yes, hi, good morning, Shelley, and welcome. My name is Rhonda Allen. I'm a commissioner here on the Race Equality Commission, a youth prevention worker with the Community Youth Teams North. So I basically work with young people aged from 10 to 18-year-old, and basically to keep them out of the criminal justice system. So my question to you is, how will South Yorkshire Police deal with hate crime online in light of what we've seen after the football on Sunday, a spike in hate crime, cyberbullying? What are the plans to deal with that moving forward?
Yes, so absolutely shocking. Certainly the abuse that those young footballers took over the weekend and are completely unacceptable. And you're right, Rhonda. I think that online people feel safe to promulgate racist views and to undertake hate crime. So certainly from our perspective, we would look to deal with and investigate any of those reports that were made to us. And certainly that doesn't have to just come from a victim themselves. It can come from third parties for us to then look at that. So what I would say is absolutely our intention to investigate and to bring to justice any of those offenders. And certainly if through any of your channels or communities you are hearing of views that may not have come to us, let us know, because we are more than happy to investigate that, because I do think that these people think that they can act and say what they want in those forums without impunity, and it's absolutely and completely abhorrent that we see those views. So yes, we will deal with it when it's reported, and yes, I would ask you to encourage. Like I said, we know that not everyone reports. If you see something that we can investigate, because we can, it's a little more difficult because we have to be involved with internet service providers, and the investigation and the way we do that doesn't all, it is incumbent on the cooperation of other bodies to help us to identify suspects. But please let us know, because it's absolutely and unequivocally not acceptable. And I am, well, you can tell how I feel about it.
Right. Just a question attached on to that. So in terms of internet providers, is the police working closely with the internet providers to clamp down to come to some sort of policing of that?
So yes, sorry. Nationally, the police service through the National Police Chiefs Council will have that as a thematic, Rhonda. But one of the, and John's just notified me of it, in terms of the particular instances around the racism in relation to the football that we've seen. Our previous Deputy Chief Constable, Mark Roberts, is now the Chief Constable at Cheshire Police, and he's already been vocal around internet service providers and the support that we need to stop racism online. So I would say that is happening at a national level around football policing and around our senior Chief Constable leads working with internet providers, because they need to be responsible, don't they?
Right, okay, thank you, and I'll pass you back to the chair. Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you, Rhonda. Shelley, if I can just follow on. So we saw what happened the other night in terms of the football as a trigger event, and there are other triggers as well. So it's not just football, is it? So can you tell me? And of course, hate crime has increased over the years. If we think about Brexit, COVID-19. Hello, is somebody?
Kevin, I'm really sorry.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Right, sorry. Do you want to just repeat that?
Yes.
I apologise.
Yes, I shall. So I was talking about the Euros being a trigger event. But what we've had over what we have seen is hate crime going in the wrong direction, incidents. So other triggers that have occurred in recent years have been Brexit, the COVID-19 pandemic, which we're still in, the Black Lives Matter protest periods. So we've consistently had trigger events, of which the Euros was just one example of a shorter term one. So is the, did you say the NPC? Is the NPC some, you know, it's one thing to be vocal about the Euros and so on, because we've seen lots of people vocals about these kind of one-off trigger events, but there is an ongoing issue that is indicative of some of the kind of broader social problems that we have. You know, they are just a manifestation of the broader social problems that we have. So we can't wait for the spikes. There has to be an ongoing project of disrupting the kind of hate speech, racism, Islamophobia, and other forms online. So how do you have the resources and the expertise to disrupt the kind of racism and Islamophobia online?
So I would say here now in Sheffield, as the Sheffield Policing District Commander, that wouldn't be within my role. Certainly what's within my role is to look at our strategies, our delivery around hate crime and our delivery around investigation. But the National Police Chiefs Council is the collective of chief constables who all have separate leads and link into the Home Office. And my view in terms of that strategy, in terms of the internet providers, for example, I don't know, social media through Twitter, through Facebook, through the other forums that people promulgate those racist views, that really is a role for them to tackle, and I believe it's in their sights. What I can do for our communities in Sheffield is to really make sure that to use our hate crime coordinator to reach out to community groups in order to encourage reporting, and also to ensure that when an incident or crime is reported, that we deal with it the best possible way we can and in support of that victim. So Shelley, I don't think I can speak widely, to be fair, Kevin.
No, but I'm just thinking that if somebody, you know, if people based in and around Sheffield are involved in kind of racist activity online, is the police reliant upon reporting rather than policing the hate crime?
So we do have a regional cybercrime lead. I have to be honest, it's not my area of expertise. What I can tell you in terms of what we do in Sheffield is we don't routinely monitor social media or other outlets. But I'd have to come back to you, Kevin, to give you the honest answer about what we can and what our capabilities are in force and regionally in terms of that. So I haven't got that at my fingertips to be able to answer today.
That would be great if you or your colleagues could furnish us with that information. That would be great, and if the Secretariat could follow that one up, that would be very helpful.
Leave that with me. I don't want to make you a promise that I'm not sure of, to be honest. Let me go away and find that out for you.
So okay, I have just one more question. One more question, and that is in your 2019-21 EDI strategy. It said that the South Yorkshire Police is an exemplar organisation. What are your thoughts on this? So in relation to EDI, would you endorse that statement? And it's not a trick question. I know I'm asking it, and I'm chair of the commission and so on, but in your EDI strategy for 2019-21, and I believe you've got an updated 2021-22 strategy, but it's not on the website. But still, are you aware of this, that you are an exemplar organisation in relation to EDI?
I mean, in terms of that strategy, I've not looked at it because I've looked at the current one. The current one's for 2021 running through to 2026. I can tell you what our current goals are, which are about being a diverse and representative organisation, which we've already discussed that, to retain and value a diverse workforce. That's about not losing people when we've got them, that we want to be, and I've mentioned this before, viewed as an employer of choice within our communities and region, that we do want to deliver services that inspire trust and confidence in SYP, that we want our services to be accessible and to cater for everyone, and we want to reduce disparity in confidence and satisfaction. I think in terms of being an exemplar, I don't know the context that was said, but what we want to do is certainly improve and in terms of our diversity and inclusion.
Yes.
And our data around our workforce representation would say we're not there yet.
Yeah, it was stated more in terms of the vision for EDI for 2019 to 21, but as we're in 2021, I wanted to get a sense, a sense of that. So in terms of the cyber, the kind of cyber crime work, would you be able to send us that latest strategy, the EDI strategy?
Yeah, it's not been published yet. I just need to check internally that it's been signed off with the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Board.
Yes.
And so I'll come back to you in terms of that, because I think it's important that you see it, and there's nothing that we need to hide in terms of what our ambition is for that. And then in terms of the cyber crime, what I'll do, Kevin, is I'll go away and have a look what we're doing nationally and what we're doing regionally and locally, like you say, to proactively scan, because that's what you're interested in, isn't it?
I think
proactively searching it out.
Absolutely, because I think that where you're relying on people to report and they're clearly under-reporting, there needs to be something that's more proactive in terms of tracking people down and disrupting the racism and Islamophobia and hate speech. And there's, I'm not an expert around police cyber crime activity, but I'm guessing it's more. It might be more focused on people hacking into systems and security and so on. And I wonder whether there's the expertise within those teams to focus on some of the perhaps more delicate nuances of language and racism and so on. But this, where we are now in terms of time, is interesting, because I have to just stop myself, because we've been together now for an hour and a half, and it's been a very full session, and with a few things to follow up on, for sure. But we really appreciate your time, Shelley, and your colleagues John and Laura in the background. It would be great if we could stay in dialogue with you, and perhaps we might come back to you, especially in the writing up element, if we need any points of clarification.
Yeah, can I just say thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all. Thank you, Winston, for your views about how it looks on our interview panels. I think that's really important. I suppose I really do want what comes out of my session and generally out of your really good work as positive ways for us to take things forward. So I'm if you need any further information or want to speak to me again, I'm really open to that.
Thank you very, very much, Shelley, and thank you very much, Commissioners. Gail, hello, Kevin Hilton here.
Hello, I've just clicked unmute.
Welcome.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you too. Gail, are you expecting any colleagues to join you, or are you solo?
It's only me, I'm afraid.
Okay, Gail, thank you. Oh, and also thank you for your submission. We found it very, very useful, very helpful as a starting point for today. Before we get going, we just need to go through some preliminaries, if that's okay with you. So I'm just going to hand you back to my colleague Adele Robinson, who leads the Secretariat.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, good morning. I'm just going to take you through a little bit of the context of the Commission before we start. So as you may know, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, causes and extent of racial inequality and racism in Sheffield. The Commission was established to focus on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the second day of the crime and justice hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report which will be put to key stakeholders for action in Sheffield. You've been invited as a key witness today to share your insight into some of the questions in the terms of reference of the Commission. And those 5 main areas are sharing your knowledge of racial inequality and racism, which you think may be of use to the Commission, knowledge of race-related frameworks or duties, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any good practice that you have in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you think is the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. By appearing as a witness here today, we're assuming you're acting in good faith by being here. And also just to note that the hearing is being recorded and will be available on the Commission's website afterwards. And any non-confidential evidence that you supplied will also go on the Commission's website afterwards. Can all in attendance wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can all invited guests and commissioners introduce yourself before speaking? And if commissioners have questions, can you put them to me privately in the chat and I'll pass them on to the chair. And now can I hand you back to Professor Kevin Hilton, the independent chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele, and thanks, Gail, and thanks also for your patience. We had a particularly long session beforehand, and I felt it only humane to offer a break to the commissioner. So thanks for waiting. Gail, as you can see around you, we're joined by commissioners. But before I introduce them or introduce themselves to speak with you, I wonder if you could say a few words about yourself and the capacity in which you're joining us today, and maybe a few words around the highlights of your submission. So we don't need the detail of the submission, but just some of the highlights of the submission.
Certainly. Well, my name is Gail Gilchrist. My current role is Deputy Chief Crown Prosecutor, working with Yorkshire and Humberside CPS. I have particular responsibility for the cases that appear before the Crown Court. I didn't start my working life as a prosecutor. I actually started in private practice, where I defended individuals who appeared before courts for about just short of 10 years. And then I joined the prosecution. So I have dealt with both sides, if you like, that's my experience as a lawyer. The capacity in which I'm here essentially is because I am the strategic hate crime lead for Yorkshire and Humberside. I sit on the hate crime scrutiny panel. I'm also a member of the social mobility national group. Coming from a low socio-economic background myself, it's something I'm quite passionate about. So there is a crossover with the two, as I'm sure you're aware. And so given my role in both of those areas, it was felt I was best placed within Yorkshire and Humberside to attend this inquiry today.
Thank you very much. It's just a bit of a sidebar, if I can, if I can use that legal term. We've just been talking about hate crimes and reflecting upon the Euros as a starting point, at least hate speech, and kind of online racism. Would you cover that work as well?
If a crime is reported to the police and the police investigate that crime and then feel there's enough evidence and it's in the public interest, then they would submit that case to us, and then we would review that case.
Okay, right. So it's a public interest. So what makes something of public interest?
With hate crime, what I should say is there are some more low-level crimes where the police can actually charge themselves. But our policy is that with all hate crime, the police can't do that. They must refer to the CPS for a charging decision. Sorry, what was it you said, Kevin? The question.
So the question, we were talking about online
Yes.
Online racism, in particular, racism, Islamophobia, hate speech. And what, so my question was whether you would be involved in that area as well, but then we got into talking about whether or not the evidence was there, whether it was in the public interest. So just thanks for clearing that up for us. I'd like to introduce my colleague Gail to speak with you. Gail, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question, please?
Yes. Good morning, Gail.
Good morning.
My name's Gul Nawaz Hussain QC. I'm a criminal defence practitioner. You're going to have to excuse the sound of children. They'll be dealt with summarily in a few seconds.
I'm sure they will.
Unlike you, I was a gamekeeper turned poacher. I started prosecuting during the first couple of years of my practice and then switched to exclusively defending. I'm head of chambers at Bankhouse Chambers in Sheffield. It's one of the chambers on the Northeastern Circuit with which I'm sure you're familiar. I'm also a door tenant in London and work around the country. So that's a snapshot of what I do. I'll move straight into the questions. I've 4 questions. I appreciate you're here in your capacity as a Crown Prosecutor. There was an attempt made to seek evidence from the local judiciary, and there I'm sure will be questions in relation to that. I say off the bat that I appreciate there's very limited things you can say about that because it's not something that's within your direct responsibility. Yes. So I accept that, but hopefully the 4 questions I have for you are ones that you can assist us with. The first one is, it's something you referred to in your submission at page 5, which is the CPS's diversity and inclusion statement.
Yes, to the bar.
Yes. Now, this isn't exclusive to South Yorkshire. This is a nationwide statement.
Absolutely.
Adopted.
Yeah.
Now, something that has, I'm sure it's appeared during the course of our discussions as commissioners, and I'm certain during the course of evidence, which is that often people see diversity being done. So someone's doing diversity in the sense of paying it lip service, ticking boxes, in order to demonstrate that people are aware of it rather than actually having a firm and genuine commitment. I've had a chance to read through the documents that relate to the diversity and inclusion statement and everything that underpins it, and it's a bold statement, if I may say so. The questions I have in relation to that are these: you work with people that aren't your employees, members of the independent bar like myself, who are part of chambers. you're looking to have chambers embrace the values and the principles that you set out in your document. What reassurance can you give the public that the commitment and embracing of these principles by independent chambers will be anything more than lip service?
I think it might say it in the actual statement itself, but there will be some governance of this. Within the Yorkshire and Humberside region, visit chambers, and quite often it's about rising issues or things that we need to address. For example, where council is not applying for a hate crime uplift in front of the court, and it's very important that they do that. So when meeting with chambers, these are the types of things. I think it's all set out in the statement, that there will be governance, and we will expect to receive data to confirm whether or not, for example, there's a diverse community within that set of chambers. And also, we are responsible ourselves when we are submitting briefs to chambers. We also ask when we have meetings whether or not there are any issues with the briefs that they're receiving. Do they feel that they're receiving their fair share of briefs? Quite often, the response to that has been yes. However, they feel that the female members of the members of chambers are given a certain area of crime, usually sexual offences and RASO cases, and the male members tend to get the gun crime and the drug smuggling. So we take that feedback, and we have said if there are any particular members of your chambers who want a certain area of work, then please let us know and we will do that. And the same would apply if there was anything that suggested that, for example, we were not briefing a member of chambers and he was either black or from ethnic minority, then of course we would rectify that. We have lists and names of chambers, members of chambers, and briefs. We are told, and we have to do this, that briefs are distributed fairly to everybody. So we have that two-way conversation with chambers, and there is an expectation, I think it's set out in the statement itself, that we will require feedback.
Just to clarify, you mentioned an acronym, RASO. That's essentially serious sexual offences.
Rape, yes, rape and serious sexual offences.
So your expectation is that you will be effectively, if I can use the expression, spot checks on chambers to ensure that they are living up to the equality, diversity and inclusion policy and aspirations that you as an organisation have? Yes,
working together.
If an organisation that you instruct is found to be wanting in that area, what would you as the CPS do in light of the commitment that you've made to equality, diversity and inclusion?
Well, obviously this is something that this statement has just been released, so I'm not aware of what, use the word sanctions is a bit strong, would take place, but certainly we would raise it with the head of chambers and ask why these things aren't happening. And it may be something that could be raised in the local liaison committee, which is referred to as the CALC, which is chaired usually by Chief Crown Prosecutor, but also head of chambers, the circuit leader would also attend, and that was something that we could raise at that forum, and that would be fed back to chambers.
Thank you. Just moving on from there now, a case that generated a great deal of publicity and controversy in terms of charging, the way that the case was investigated, was the one that's colloquially referred to as the Rotherham 12. This was the charging of 12 Asian men in the wake of EDL and far-right demonstrations in Rotherham following the J report. there was a great deal of criticism levelled at the police and the Crown Prosecution Service for the way that that case was handled. Ultimately, the men were acquitted. What lessons did the CPS learn from such a high-profile case that, in the eyes of many people within our communities, set the police and the CPS back significantly in terms of community trust?
Lessons are always learned when cases either don't succeed or fail for good reason. And we have to take those on board, and we work very closely with the police. We are a service that is independent of both the police and government. And so what we receive is not within our gift, but we have to work and follow the Code of Crown Prosecutors when we're looking at evidence. And so if the evidence is not there, we can't proceed. If it's in the public interest or not in the public interest, we will make a decision not to proceed. But if there is sufficient evidence to provide a realistic prospect of conviction, then we can proceed. However, we must continuously review those cases, and we have to review those cases, particularly when, for example, if undermining evidence or material that we haven't been made aware of is subsequently disclosed to us, and we have to take the correct decisions, and if necessary, disclose that to the defence and anyone else who's involved in the case where it's appropriate.
In that particular case, not wanting to delve into the details of it, but there were a number of issues raised with policing decisions made at quite a senior level in terms of where people were being channeled. Then also disclosure issues. For my colleagues that don't understand how the system works, the police will gather lots of material. The material that's relied upon by the prosecution is disclosed to the defence, but then everything else is kept to one side and collectively described as unused material and is scheduled. And the defence have access to that within a certain specific regime. And there were suggestions that the disclosure regime within that case wasn't operating properly. Not wanting to ask about specifics, but just taking a step back, there can be a perception that when things start to go wrong, rather than holding hands up immediately, people tend to go into a mindset of circling wagons. And the same has been said of South Yorkshire Police in relation to a number of incidents, whether it was Hillsborough, whether it was in the investigation of child sexual exploitation in Rotherham. Is that something, given the recent history in South Yorkshire, that the CPS locally as an organisation has looked at again to ensure that nothing like that does happen, or any possibility where things could be perhaps, I hesitate to use the word fudge, but where there's a discretion, that discretion isn't routinely exercised in a way that is protective rather than fair and transparent?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. We have there's a national disclosure improvement panel, and that sits at the very top of the organisation, and attendees on that panel are from other stakeholders and organisations at a very high level. Now, coming out of that, each CPS area and casework division has to have their own national disclosure improvement plan, mirroring what is taking place on a national level. And it's all encompassing as far as disclosure is concerned. And certainly now the training in relation to disclosure is very in-depth, detailed, and it is one of our priorities to ensure that we carry out our duty in relation to disclosure properly. We've recently had the new Director's Guidance and the Attorney General's guidance, and both of which have changed part of the whole process in relation to disclosure or charging cases. So before both of these were launched, the police were not required to provide disclosure schedules before charge, any information that was potentially disclosable in relation to something like, for example, a police log that might have some verbatim comments on from a victim or a defendant, something like that. They were never required to immediately disclose that to the defence. So rebuttable presumption material is what it is called. And we now cannot charge a case until we have a full disclosure schedules from the police. So the first schedule lists unused material that they don't intend to use as part of the case. Another schedule would have sensitive material on. So one is called the MG6C, that is the unused material. The MG6D contains sensitive material, and the MG6E should list all of the documents that have the potential to undermine the prosecution case or assist the defence. And the police are now required to provide all of those documents to us, and any other documents that give a first-hand account of what has happened. So, for example, CCTV, body-worn video, if somebody gives an account on that, then we need to see that as well. So it is a huge step, and it is an effort to try and avoid disclosure at a later stage in the proceedings, so that we should be fully informed from the police as to any material that exists that has the potential to undermine our case or assist the defence. And so as lawyers, when we're applying the full code test, we have to take into consideration all of the evidence, not just the used material, but the unused material and material that might assist the defence, in order to determine whether or not we think there's a realistic prospect of conviction. So it is a massive sea change doing that before charge. Because, you know, as you've pointed out, Gail, there are and have been a lot of cases that have attracted huge media attention, where information has come to light, sometimes at the point of trial, and that information has undermined our case and indeed assisted the defendant, and we've had to stop that case. In my knowledge of those cases, it has not been a situation where the prosecutor has been in possession and had knowledge of those documents. It has been a situation where it hadn't been provided or hadn't been highlighted that it had potential to undermine or assist.
Thank you, Gail. Gail, switching to the type of work that the CPS does, my colleagues may not be aware, but the Crown Court trials obviously attract attention because of the glamour with wigs and gowns and everything, but the vast majority of the work, the criminal work that takes place in our country, takes place in the magistrates' court, 95% of it. And the criminal justice system is the kind of thing that you really don't get to understand until, unfortunately, you become part of it on one side or the other, either as a victim or as a defendant. Given the amount of work that happens in the magistrates' court, the scope for errors happening there are statistically far greater. And one could say that the chances of them being picked up or actioned in a very public way is less because of the less glamorous nature of the magistrates' courts compared to Crown courts. It's more now about the attention given to cases. I remember when I was a newly qualified barrister doing magistrates agency work, which is being instructed by people like yourself, it was not uncommon for me to be given 3 trials for the morning, 3 trials for the afternoon. I had to make an educated guess as to which one was going to proceed. So I had to be ready to go on all 6 of them. Realistically, only one could go ahead in the morning and potentially one in the afternoon if the morning didn't run over. So that was leaving me 4 or 5 cases where people would be let down. That can have quite a damaging impact on public confidence. Particularly so when you have members of BAME communities who are coming as complainants, for example, as victims of hate crimes where cases are being adjourned off. I appreciate that's not your fault in the sense of listing.
Yes.
But what can the CPS do, and what is the CPS doing to ensure that this kind of overlisting that does have a knock-on effect on public confidence, whether you're a defendant or a victim, is being addressed? Because all the signs is that it's not only carrying on, it's going to get worse given the backlog with COVID.
It is. It's quite correct. Unfortunately, listing is a judicial function, both in the Magistrates' Court and in the Crown Court. And if cases are put in the list, then we, as you're aware, we have to cover them. However, if there were a number of trials in that morning, the prosecutor should be looking at those trials, and if only one can go ahead, they should be making representations, and do make representations to the bench to say, for example, I have a vulnerable witness, or this offence is a hate crime, and we feel we should deal with this one ahead of others, and those representations should be made. We do have regional meetings with the courts on a regular basis, and these matters are addressed. And certainly it's been very difficult through COVID because courts closed down, and then we've started up again, and we are doing trials again. And it is something that is a concern, but we can only put forward our representations to HMCTS, the Courts and Tribunal Service, to put those views forward, because it isn't great that somebody's having to prepare all of those trials, and then the victims and witnesses are disappointed as well. And it does have an impact on public confidence, because even though we will sit down and speak to the victims and the witnesses and explain what has happened, it doesn't make them feel any better. They wanted to get their trial on. They're not bothered, quite rightly, about any other trial. They are there to attend for that day, to have their day in court. And it is extremely disappointing. And, it is something that is raised with HMCTS with a view to reducing those court numbers.
Thank you, Gail. Gail, we've come full circle. My final question, back to a topic that Kevin raised at the start, which was hate speech, hate crime, and particularly online hate crime. You mentioned you're the strategic lead on hate crime. I'm sure you, like all of us, will have seen on social media multiple incidents that are caught on people's telephones of things being said, sometimes posted by individuals themselves, where they have made clearly offensive, racist, bigoted, homophobic comments. The outcry on social media tends to fall into two groups. There are those who are, many would say, rightly incensed by what they see and expect something to happen. There are others, some would say their views mirrored by certain politicians, which is that, well, this is online, it's not real. A sort of modern day version of sticks and stones. But I think it's received wisdom now that things that happen online can be pernicious, to say the least, can have a horrific impact upon individuals' well-being, sense of safety, whether it's bullying or sense of genuine physical safety. What's South Yorkshire CPS's attitude towards these kinds of offences where someone's been subjected to racial abuse, it's caught on footage? Is it a case of, and I'm not suggesting this is the case with you, but it sometimes appears that it depends upon how much steam something gathers. If there's a great deal of comeback on this and support for it, and publicity, it may be something that's picked up. If it's something that isn't, the perception could be, well, then it's more easy to sweep it under the carpet. What is South Yorkshire CPS's approach to these types of crimes and incidents?
The crimes that they fall into the category of hate crime, it's one of our CPS priorities, and the DPP himself has announced that as one of our priorities. So any matter that is brought to us from the police, and they have to bring the case to us, they can't charge it themselves. If they think there's sufficient evidence and it's in the public interest, which I can't imagine it wouldn't not be, that case will come to us, and we will do what we have to do with every case and apply the Code for Crown prosecutors. If the evidence is there, we will charge it, whether or not it is something that in the media attention at the moment, has got media attention. This is a constant with us. It's not peaks and troughs. We don't suddenly start charging cases because there's been a lot of publicity, for example, with Black Lives Matters. We don't change the way we address any case. We have to apply the code, and we do that to every case, irrespective of what's going on around us. Social media, I have to say I haven't seen anything on social media because I am not on any social media platforms. That's the word. I don't even know that. But I do, of course, see it in the news and in the newspapers. It's sickening. And, as long as, the police, it's for the police to investigate. If they have the evidence, they can bring it to us, and then that is where we pick it up. We can't go out, unfortunately, and start investigating something. That's not within our gift. We can't direct the police to investigate something. Again, in some European countries, there is direction from prosecutors to the police, but we don't have that power. So we are demand-led. And when I say that, what I mean is we can only deal with what is brought to us.
Just picking up on that point, sorry, I'm doing my Columbo impersonation now, just one more thing.
It's one of my favourites. You've got to do this.
But yeah, just one more thing, picking up on what you just said, that you effectively, you wait for the police to come to you. Again, I'm sure you will be familiar with this, and we've all seen them in the media, cases where there was a famous one that escaped me the details of it, but I think it was a refugee who was living not in South Yorkshire, who had repeatedly reported racial abuse. He'd been misdescribed as a pedophile, and this man had repeatedly reported things to the police, and the police had ultimately not actioned it. So it never got to the stage where it came onto the desk of somebody like you. Ultimately, that man was tragically murdered by the people he'd been making accusations against. What I appreciate, you can't direct the police, but given that the police have such a degree of discretion, and that's a good thing, what is done by the CPS, or what can be done by the CPS to ensure that that discretion is exercised in a fair and proper way, not in a way that is, for example, the colloquialism is batting off cases, to try to dissuade someone or to describe it that it's not a crime, let alone as a hate crime, so that you can go into a different statistic. There are a number of ways that cases can not come before you, when really, if one was to look at it objectively, they should be coming before you. So what can you do to ensure that you aren't deprived of those opportunities?
Yeah, we have, we hold a hate crime scrutiny panel. So we have members of the community and various agencies who attend, a very diverse panel. And we look through cases, all cases. These cases are selected by members of the panel. So not by the CPS, a member of the panel. They will choose a particular area that they want to look at, and then they will be given a whole pile of cases, and they will select cases from which, for the next meeting, we will scrutinise, and all of the panel members will scrutinise. And what we have done within that panel and outside of the panel is to look at the cases that haven't reached us. So to make sure that we did carry out a whole dip sampling of the police cases, because we were concerned about there was a drop in referrals. It's well known that the number of referrals had dropped, and we were concerned about that. So we carried out a dip sample of a number of cases that the police had decided not to send through to us. We actually couldn't find anything of significance that suggested there was an issue where they should have sent it through and they didn't. There were maybe some that were borderline, and I have to say we usually get more of the cases that are borderline coming through, rather than the police taking the decision, no, I don't think there's enough there. we tend to get more cases where they've sent it through to us when there's actually not enough there. But yes, we have done that dip sampling, and we do look at those cases with the hate crime scrutiny panel.
Thank you, Gail. I'm sure my colleagues will have, fellow commissioners will have more questions for you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gail.
Thanks, Gail. If I can follow up, Gail, with some slightly different questions, where you talk about the links between data and inequality and racism. The centre, I don't know if you're aware of this, but the Centre for Justice Innovation speaks of a trust deficit in charging decisions, where 51% of BAME against 35% white feel that the criminal justice system discriminates against particular groups. Is this something, or are these ideas something you've heard before?
They're certainly those views I've heard before. I'm sure you'll be aware from the Lammy review said that there was no disproportionate charging as far as we were concerned. But we, as a service, always think there's room for improvement. And despite the views of Lammy, we have commissioned an independent academic report or investigation, if you like, to look at any disproportionality, both nationally and drilling down to area as well. And that is something that's just started this year, that independent investigation.
Yeah. Could you tell us something more about this investigation? Who are you able to name the academics?
I don't know that name, but I can certainly find out for you.
Okay, and so what's the focus? What's the focus of the research? Because you talked about from the data that you directed us towards, that it's not possible to draw any conclusions as to why charge or conviction rates might differ. And you said that it was necessary to, at the very least, factor in things like age and gender and location and so on. So will this new study also consider more qualitative measures to get a sense of lived experiences?
It has been commissioned, as my knowledge of it's been commissioned to analyse CPS decision making for both national and local trends. So it will be digging deep to see whether or not there is any disproportionality.
Okay, you mentioned Lammy. He said that he said that his review said it clearly shows that BAME individuals still face bias, including over discrimination in parts of the justice system. So on that basis, the logic of that would suggest that by the time cases get to you, they would already have been affected. They may already have been affected by discrimination, racial discrimination. So will this research go further down the pipeline to actually explore the process before cases get to you?
I'm not aware of that. I haven't been informed that will be happening. It is the CPS. Yes. I should say when a file is submitted to us from the police, you know, and if, for example, there has been bias, we still have to look at that case. And if we think there are any lines of inquiry, for example, that the police haven't followed, or we think there's something amiss, that there's obviously evidence missing, or there's another line of inquiry because the suspect has given an account and it hasn't been followed, anything like that. Although we can't direct the police, we can give them an action plan of further lines of inquiry. And we should be doing that if we think all relevant lines of inquiry have not been followed. And we would need to do that and then receive the additional evidence, whatever it may be, either in support or undermining, before we make that decision.
Yes, thank you. And going back to the Centre for Justice Innovations study around the 51%, 35% disparity in terms of perception of discrimination against particular groups. How do you think this might affect pleas, in that it'll affect a plea where people, because of course if you plea not guilty, then and are found if you plea not guilty,
Mm-hmm.
and you feel as though the system is going to find you're guilty, then you may go the other way and say I'm guilty. Are you with me? If you don't have that trust and confidence in the system,
an individual might think, well, what's the point? I'm going to be found guilty anyway. I might as well plead guilty.
Yes, and I've actually seen that phenomenon occurring in other professions where it's come to disciplinary, the effects of disciplinaries. So is this something you've heard of before, where people are actually lacking so much confidence in the system that they're actually proffering a plea that they feel will be the lesser of two evils, if you like?
Yeah.
Is that something you've come across or heard?
It's not something that has been raised. When we've done the community discussions and Let's Talk, there are a lot of issues that are raised, but that is not something that's ever been raised with us. Matters that have been raised is, for example, even when they're a victim of crime, they're made to feel like a perpetrator. There's a high level of distrust in the police, and they think that will probably follow through to other parts of the criminal justice system. And there's also a lack of understanding of the CPS role. So we use those opportunities to explain that, and to say how we are independent, and just because a file comes to us from the police does not mean that that case will be charged. We have to be satisfied that there is sufficient evidence. But those community engagements have been very instructive. We started those, certainly the ones with the Chief Crown Prosecutor, who was then in post, led those with our area business manager. And I think there were about over 6 different sessions from September through to about February. About 80 individuals attended, and I attended one of them as well. And the information and the understanding you can gain from those sessions is really invaluable. And we've had other sessions called Let's Talk, and we've gained a lot. Also, our Community Accountability Forum that was held in November, I think that's touched upon in the submission. There were some great outcomes of that and other events that we've held, but it's not something of all of the comments that have been made, by either Black or ethnic minority individuals who've attended these, saying that they would plead guilty when they're not, is not something that's come out. No.
Yeah, it's an interesting study from my point of view, because of course, that might explain why defendants from BAME backgrounds are more likely to be sent to prison by courts than white defendants.
Because if they're doing that, they're increasing the number of previous convictions.
Yes.
Therefore, the next time they come to court, there's more likelihood of that.
And apparently, and correct me if I'm wrong, and hopefully, Gull, I hope I'm not stepping on your toes as well. If somebody does plead guilty, then do they get a bit of a reduction as well?
If they plead guilty at the earliest opportunity, then they will have a third discounted from their sentence.
Yes, that's right. So I think this is an important area,
Yes.
That obviously the centre. The Centre for Justice Innovation has picked up on, but I'm also aware of other research that's been done by Prof. Stephen Shute and Hood in terms of charging disparities in terms of the felt experiences of people in courts. So I think there's some really interesting research that has been done by Ben Bowling and Coretta Phillips and such like. But can I just talk to you through some of your examples of good practice that you highlight? You've talked about programs to support the development of staff, especially from Black and minoritized ethnic, Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic populations. Can you talk us through your approach to reverse mentoring that you identify as an example of good practice?
Yes.
And what evidence or evaluations you might use to ensure it is working?
It's actually been renamed the reverse mentoring program. It's now called mutual mentoring, and it was changed because it was bringing around benefits for both the mentor and the mentee. So in 2021, the non-executive board and the director of public prosecution was asked for mentors. And the mentors were recruited via an open invitation on the intranet and via our staff networks, with the criteria that they needed to have a different characteristic to the person that they were going to mentor. And this is a 12-month programme, which will be coming to an end in September 2021. It's usually the mentor is a less senior member of staff. And the reason it was changed to mutual mentoring, the name of it, because it benefits both parties. So, for example, the main principles were to increase commitment among senior managers to recruit, retain and promote talented people from underrepresented groups, enable mentees to access guidance on leadership, career progression and development within their relationship with their ally, and to educate senior managers, who are the allies, about the challenges that people from underrepresented populations often experience within and outside the workplace. And it's also, the principle is to enhance leadership, conflict management and coaching skills of both mentors and allies.
So in effect, is this reverse mentoring rebadged, or is this something, or do you feel that there is a real distinction between the two?
From what I understand, it was initially called reverse mentoring, but when they've thought about the principles and what they're going to get out of it, it's actually mutual mentoring, because both are gaining some value from it. Obviously, the programme doesn't end until September 2021, so there will be some evaluation from that.
Yes. There will be, okay. We had a visit from Roger Klein, who's done some really interesting work with the workforce race equality system in the National Health Service, and he spoke to us a bit about reverse mentoring, and he said that there were some benefits for the mentee, but mixed benefits for the mentors. So the mentor in this case would be the less senior member of staff. So how it's done, what the expectations are, and the potential burden on the BAME staff suggests the evidence is mixed. So it's that, for me, the frame, and for Roger and for others, the framework about how it's done is crucial in terms of its effectiveness. So who's managing that process, and will we be able to see any of the results of the evaluations done around?
I can certainly make those inquiries for you. I'll just note it down so I don't forget. It will. I think it was. It's run by the diversity and inclusion team. Run that.
And they'll be able to give us an update on where they are in terms of monitoring and evaluating that.
I'll certainly
when we might be able
contact them.
to get access to any data.
Yes, I will contact them and ask for when obviously the program is finished, what's taking place after that, because obviously we need to know that there's some value in it. Otherwise, there's no point in running it.
Yes, absolutely. And okay, so that was flagged up as an example of good practice in your submission. Can you talk us through the rationale for, and we talked about this earlier today, the rationale for career coaching and shadowing opportunities?
Yes, I think we have a lot of role models from Black and ethnic minority backgrounds, and the coaching. We have they've done the role model listening events, and they're also there for the mentoring circles that we were talking, that I've put down in the submissions. The CPS participates in the business in the community, and that mentoring circle program is part of our race membership. It was launched back in 2014, and it aims to provide mentoring to Black, Asian and ethnic minority employees from partner organisations to support progression, unlock talent and impact Black, Asian and ethnic minority underrepresentation. That one is at senior levels. Other mentoring that we do, we've had career coaching and work shadowing, and that came out of Leading Your Career conference, and that was set up by HR Directorate and HR Diversity and Inclusion team with support from the National Black Crown Prosecution Association. That was held, we had 280 colleagues from all CPS areas attending that, and it was set up to support the colleagues who want to develop in the current roles or apply for more senior roles. And there was a particular focus on helping to tackle underrepresentation and provide better support to those individuals. Following on from that conference, delegates were offered career coaching and work shadowing opportunities. We held a number of coaching sessions with the British School of Coaching, and over 100 delegates were provided with work shadowing opportunities with CPS colleagues in the months following the conference. The majority of those who took part in the coaching and job shadowing were Black, Asian and minority ethnic colleagues.
Thank you very much for that. I mean, we've received a number of complaints, really, but from Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic witnesses that the informal economy in the workplace, groups, informal groupings in the workplace, exclude them from some of these opportunities. So I'm pleased that you are working up these other opportunities for those who might traditionally be excluded from being coached, and from shadowing others who happen to be friends in the workplace. You talked about your connection with business in the community. Earlier on. Does that mean that you've signed up to the Race at Work Charter with business in the community, so what work are you doing with business in the community? Because we've also spoken to them as part of the hearings.
It was part of the cross-organisational mentoring circles programme that we're working with those on.
And how did you find that work? You said you were operating. They were working with senior staff.
Yes, they were.
Yeah, and how effective was it? How, is it going to be an ongoing program of enrichment, or was it a one-off thing?
As I understand it, it's continuing. So each organisation nominates up to 10 employees from either Black or ethnic minority background. And there's one lead mentor, and it's then organised the participants into mentoring circles based on seniority, region and topics of interest. And each circle comprises 8 to 10 mentees from different organisations, across the businesses, and there's one lead mentor for each group. And in most of the situations, the mentees and mentors are from different organisations. And as far as I'm aware, this is an ongoing process. It's not something that's just for a short period.
Yes, thank you. And are you able to tell us a little bit more? I think just to finish, about the National Black CPS Association.
That's been running for an extremely long time, and they work very closely with our diversity and inclusion team and our HR department as well in headquarters. We support, they have obviously events during the year and they are supported, and they helped us set up the Leading Your Career conference. So the whole focus of that conference was around the Black and ethnic minorities. So yes, it's an association that has been ongoing for, well, as long as I can remember being in the CPS. It's not something new. It's been there for colleagues who want to join, and there are many events that are organised to support this. We're also when you mentioned the offer of work shadowing and things like that, we also have the positive action where we have ring-fenced places for different initiatives. Is ring-fenced to the Black and minority ethnic individuals. So we do have that as well.
So I've just looked up the National Black Crown Prosecution Association. It's a Black, Asian and minority ethnic peer support network. So can I just call out to the Secretariat that I'd like you to download any reports from that website, please, and to share it with the commissioners. Okay, I'm taking your stunned silence as a yes. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adele. And on that note, Gail, given that it's now 12:43, and we have been talking now for just about an hour, and I think I think we've reached a kind of a natural pause at this point. Is there anything that you'd like to share with us before we close this session, Gail?
I think it's just how passion. There's a lot of passion within the CPS to get this right, and it's important to us that we keep on improving. For example, the workforce for the CPS, certainly in Yorkshire and Humberside, almost reflects the community. I think we're 0.3% difference, and any of our recruitment is always blind. And we are starting to work at an earlier stage with work experience from schools and universities. We've actually got a virtual work experience ongoing this week, which I did a presentation at yesterday. And our work experience strategy also is blind for applications. So it's equal opportunities, and we are looking to do everything we can to ensure that we have a diverse workforce, to reduce any racism and disproportionality. And it is very, very important to us. We have many initiatives ongoing and have done for many years as well. This isn't a new thing, but we are improving year on year. And I think, anything where we can be given advice, we take it, and that's part of our Community Accountability Forum. We had an excellent event back in November and took some very good actions away from that as a result of hearing evidence from different communities. So we are always open to suggestions as to how we can improve. I think one of the best things we do to get that knowledge is discussions with the community, and it does make a difference, and that's what we want.
Well, thank you, Gail, and I think that's a good point for us to end on today. We appreciate your time, and hopefully you will continue to support the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I'd also like to thank the commissioners and secretariat for their contribution today. I think you deserve a well-earned break, and if you can join us again just before 2 for the next session, commissioners, that would be fantastic. Gail, thank you very much for your time.
Very much for having me.
And hopefully we'll speak again at another time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We're looking forward to talking with you all. Before we do that, I'm going to hand you over to back to Adele, who's just going to go through some preliminaries. Adele.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to take you through a little bit about what the Race Equality Commission is before we begin. So, as you all know, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. It was established to focus on 6 key themes: health, education, civic life in communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the second day of the crime and justice hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a final report submitted for action for key stakeholders in Sheffield. You've been invited here today as key witnesses to share your insights and information into the 5 main areas of the Race Equality Commission. And those 5 areas are your knowledge of racial inequality and racism, which you feel may be of use to the Commission, knowledge of your own or other race-related duties or frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe to be the best ways to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. By appearing here today, we're assuming that you're acting in good faith, and we will be recording the session and it will be available on the Commission's website afterwards. Any non-confidential evidence that you've submitted will also be on the Commission's website afterwards. Can all those in the meeting please wait for the chair before speaking, and can invited guests and commissioners please introduce yourself before speaking? And can commissioners, if you have questions, can you put them in the chat to me privately and I'll send them on to the chair. And now I'd like to hand you back to Professor Kevin Hilton, the independent chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele, and welcome to Alan, Marie, Michelle and Graham when he eventually arrives. Alan, thanks again for the submission. I wonder if you, before I invite you to dialogue with some of the commissioners, I wonder if you could just introduce yourself and the capacity in which you're joining us today, and if you could just say something about some of the highlights of your submission, and once we get into a conversation, perhaps your colleagues could introduce themselves at that point. You're on mute, Alan. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the invitation, and very good to see you all. Some of you I know, some of you I don't know, so good to see you. Just very briefly then, something about myself, my role. I live in Sheffield now. I've lived here for the last 14 years, but I have a prehistory of living in Sheffield as well. So I go back to the 1970s, my very first job. I've been a priest academic all my life. My very first job was here in Sheffield as a parish priest in Broom Hall. So I was the vicar of Broom Hall for 5 years, and then I was vicar of Walkley, and then I went off to Oxford and then Birmingham, and then finished up in the Lake District, doing some teaching at Lancaster University, director of the Centre for Ethics and Religion there. And then I came back ostensibly to retire to Sheffield. So I kind of moved in the wrong direction from the Lake District to Sheffield at that point, but I became PCC. And I became PCC in very specific circumstances. This was in 2014. I didn't start off when PCCs began in 2012, but in 2014, when things were in a poor way as far as South Yorkshire Police were concerned. They'd had the J report into child sexual exploitation in Rotherham, and then they were hit with the Hillsborough inquest, the verdict there about the 96 people who died at Hillsborough. So South Yorkshire Police had had a lot of criticism over a relatively short period of time. My predecessor as PCC had been a member of Rotherham Borough Council. He left, he fell on his sword, and I came in then in by-election, and I've been, as we were talking earlier, I've been re-elected twice more since then. So I have a particular history in that way, and that shaped the way I regard these things. In between whiles, in between my time in Sheffield and coming back to Sheffield, as I say, I was a priest academic, but I've also served on some boards which are relevant to what we're doing now and what I do in the day job now. I was on the Youth Justice Board for a number of years, and that also is one of my particular areas of interest, is around youth justice. So that's what that's something about me and my background. A lot of people, I think, get confused about the role of the Police and Crime Commissioner. My job is not to run the police force. That's the job of the Chief Constable. I appoint the Chief Constable, that is true. And in the time that I've done this, I've managed to have working relationships with 4 Chief Constables, and I've appointed 3 during that time. And the latest of my 3 appointments was very recently the new Chief Constable, Lauren Poultney. So for the first time, we've got a woman Chief Constable in South Yorkshire, and I'm really pleased about Lauren's appointment. The previous Chief Constable is now head of the Greater Manchester Police Service, where he has an equally difficult job to the one that he has when he came here, because I appointed him here in the wake of all those troubles, Hillsborough and CSE Rotherham, with the brief that he had to get the force back on track. It was in a poor shape, morale was low, public trust and confidence had been damaged by that, and the inspectors, HMI, were very critical of South Yorkshire Police. We're in the equivalent of special measures. Now, we're not there now. We're regarded by HMI as a good performing force and outstanding in terms of the ethical leadership. That's the judgment of the inspectors on South Yorkshire Police. Now, that's a big journey that they've made in a relatively short period of time. So I pay tribute to the previous Chief Constable in helping us to get to that point. So my job is not to run the force. It is, however, to set the priorities for the force. I do that by producing every year a police and crime plan, and or renewing it every year. So there's a police and crime plan, and in that plan you'll see the priorities that I set for South Yorkshire Police, and I've got 3. I think that's quite enough to have 3. So I've got protecting vulnerable people, tackling crime and antisocial behaviour, treating people fairly. They're the 3. Each of those, I think, touches on the issues that concern yourself, but perhaps treating people fairly is one that's predominant in the discussions today. So I set the priorities for the force. I produced the police and crime plan. I'm also responsible for funding the force. So I receive the money, principally by way of grants from central government and the council tax. Most of our funding actually comes from government grants, 70%, and 30% thereabouts from council tax. So I set the precept each year for council tax, for that element of the council tax, which is for policing services. This always troubles me because when it appears on your council tax bill, you may have noticed it, quite a small increase in money terms in the police budget will produce a big increase in percentage terms. So this year, although I thought it was a fairly modest increase in what I was asking people to pay, 20 pence a week, comes out as a 7% increase in the precept. And that stands alongside the Sheffield City Council's increase in precept, which won't be anything like that in percentage terms. So I set the priorities, I fund the force and get its budget together. We're starting that now for the next financial year. I commission services as well, hence the title commissioner, partly the reason for the title commissioner. That commissioning of services is principally around commissioning for victim services, and Marie Carroll, who's on the call, looks after that area for us. She's the commissioning officer. I also have a grant fund, so I'm funding some local projects. You have to remember I'm Police and Crime Commissioner for the whole of South Yorkshire, not just for Sheffield. So I have a big constituency to think about, not just the city here, but those other areas as well, many of which are not urban, they're rural, or they're small pit villages. So it's a very different feel once you get out of the rather big city of Sheffield. So I have to be responsible for policing across the whole range of South Yorkshire. And as well as giving those grants to various groups across the piece, then I also try and get out into South Yorkshire, because my job is to be the voice of the public of South Yorkshire to the police and to other criminal justice agencies that I have to do with. And that does involve me in a lot of engagement work. So apart from this past year when everything stopped with coronavirus, I would normally be out and about every single day, and many evenings in the week and at weekends too, just engaging with all sorts of groups and people. So community groups, parish councils, town councils, of which South Yorkshire has a very large number of those, as well as the big district councils, and anybody else who wants to speak to me and to have a word with me. I also do some convening work. I don't necessarily have executive powers in lots of areas over the criminal justice system, but I can convene people. So I bring together, as chair of the local criminal justice board, all sorts of partners: probation, prisons, the police, Crown Prosecution Service, so on and so forth, for regular meetings of the local criminal justice board. So we get an overview as partners of what's happening in the criminal justice system. And I'm also chair of the violence reduction executive board, and hopefully Graham will get on the call. He's the new leader of the violence reduction unit. That's relatively new. It was set up a couple of years ago with government funding, £1.6 million of government funding, which they've repeated. It's a long-term commitment to take a public health approach to crime and try and particularly serious crime, violence, and to try and reduce that over a long period of time by getting at the roots of the causes of crime, rather than enforcement, which is the police's job. My principal job, therefore, day to day, is holding the force to account for those priorities that I set them, seeing what they do, how they do it, whether they're doing it well, whether they can do it better, holding them to account. I do that in lots of different ways, partly by informal meetings I have. I meet the Chief Constable and the Senior Command team every single week, and sometimes more than once a week. And I also hold a formal public meeting of a board, which is called, or I call it the Public Accountability Board, when all the senior officers come before me and they present reports to me on a monthly basis, looking at different aspects of what they're doing, the work they're doing. And each of the district commanders in turn, Barnsley, Rotherham, Sheffield and Doncaster, will also, you had, I think, Shelley Hemsley this morning, you were interviewing her. She will come before me and present a report about what they're doing in Sheffield. And I'll highlight particular things that I'm concerned about and interested in. Perhaps if I just quickly then turn to the paper itself, which I hope you can see or you've got in front of you. You asked us 4 things on there, and without spending a lot of time on any of them, as you'll draw them out in questions, if I take you to page 2, perhaps.
Sorry, Alan. Alan,
yeah.
before you do, what we needed initially was just a broad summary of what you do, and just some of the highlights from the paper, because as you have just hinted at, we do have the submission and it has been shared amongst the commissioners. So we just need you know, in your view, just to highlight you know, what the key take homes are from your submission, and then we can begin to drill a bit deeper.
Okay, well, I'll go very quickly then over those. So the first question you asked us was on page 2, which is halfway down the page. Evidence relating to racial inequality in Sheffield that you hold, which may be of use to the Commission. Well, we set some things out in those paragraphs. If I could point you there to the work of the Independent Ethics Panel, which is referenced towards the bottom of the page there. The IEP I rely on a lot. It's very for these particular areas and issues. This is very important to me, the Independent Ethics Panel. I set it up some years ago in 2015, I think it was, 2015. The membership of it changes from time to time because we try to refresh the membership of it. You've got the details of it, who's on it and what their terms of reference are in the appendices. But if you look at the bottom of the page there, page 2, you'll see the things that I asked them to do, to look into on my behalf as part of that holding to account arrangement. So they will be looking at issues like equality, diversity and inclusion, with particular reference to the police. They'll be looking at stop and search, hate crime, complaints and the use of force. And they will present reports to me from time to time at that Public Accountability Board, usually by exception, but occasionally I'll ask them for a bigger or more extended report on some other aspect of what they're doing. I'll move on very quickly then to the second of your questions that you're asking about. This is on page 4, item B, halfway down the page there. Your organisations or your analysis of the causes of racism and or racial inequality within your sector. I'm very glad to see that distinction between racism and racial inequality, because I think people very easily slide from the one to the other. Racism as always as the cause of racial inequality. There's clearly racial inequality. It's highlighted in our report here. The police have probably been telling you similar things too. Not necessarily the cause in every case is racism. So part of, I think, the job that I have to do is to say, how much do we attribute then to unconscious or conscious racism in the disproportionalities that we see, and how far is that due to other factors? So it's very important to me is the evidence that we've got, the evidence basis that we use, and the analysis that we bring to bear on that. And if I give stop and search just as one example of that, I personally think the methodology for determining what's happening here in stop and search is really quite badly flawed. And it's a methodology that's often used where we take, in the case of stop and search, we take some current figures. Who do we stop and search in this case in Sheffield? And what's the ethnic makeup of those people who are stopped and searched? We then compare that with figures for the general population as they were in 2011. And I just think that's just flawed for a start, because we don't want to compare what's current now in 2021 with what was the position in 2011. So I think we've got to get some better data if we're going to do that. I think the methodology around stop and search is flawed as well, because we don't stop and search everybody in the general population. We don't stop and search small children. We don't stop and search older people. We stop and search a particular cohort of people, and we define them first of all by gender. We stop and search males, so there's disproportionality at that point. We stop and search people who are of a certain age, roughly between 17 and 35, and we stop and search people in particular places based on the intelligence that the police have, and those places are where there is particular crime, high crime, and they tend to be areas that are poor, the poorer parts of the city of Sheffield. Now, when we look into that particular cohort, then I think we can see some reasons why we're building in disproportionality by doing that. So not so much the gender thing, the males thing, but certainly the 17 to 35-year-old age group. That's changed. Don't know how much yet, because we're waiting for the new census figures to come out. But there's likely to be a bigger representation now of the ethnic minorities within that cohort than there was previously. So that will affect the disproportionality figures in some, it'll reduce it in some respects. So I wait the new figures to come out to see how that, now there's an opposite side to that when it comes to looking at the disproportionality of in the police force. We'll find the opposite effect, that whatever figures they're working with are likely to be flawed. The disproportionality, I suspect, will be bigger as a consequence of the new 2021 census figures. So I want to look at, if I'm going to understand stop and search, how it works and why there's disproportionality, I need good evidence and good analysis. We could do that work, but it would be quite costly to do it and beyond my office to do it. But we could do it if we put out the figures for who are the 17 to 35-year-olds in Sheffield, what's the ethnic makeup of those people, where do they live, and so on. And that I think will account for some of the disproportionality, but not all. So then the question is, well, how much is left? And what is that? How do you account for that disproportionality? Is that unconscious racism? Is it straightforward racism? What is it? So I want to see, you know, really good analysis around these things if we're going to make proper sense of them. The third one I'd point you to then is your C on page 5. The third question you were asking me was around examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism and or racial equality. I would want to say, as a citizen of Sheffield, as someone who's lived here over many years, so I remember what it was like in the 1970s and 80s. I actually came to Sheffield in the 1970s because I lived in Leicester at that time, where the racism was appalling. Absolutely, I was beaten up. I was a member of Leicester City Council, and in the 1970s, Leicester City was going to receive immigrants from West Africa, from Uganda, who were being displaced by Idi Amin, the dictator of Uganda. He had an Africanization policy, and Asians in Uganda were being forced out. They came to Leicester, and Leicester City Council, which was Tory and Labour, had a bipartisan policy to resist those particular immigrant groups settling in Leicester. And I was one of 7 Labour councillors who opposed this and said this was racist. We were not having it. And I got beaten up by the National Front in Leicester at that time. That's why I came to Sheffield, because I thought it was a good Labour town with a completely different attitude towards people of different ethnicities. So I feel very strongly around this whole question of ethnicity, but I think there are really good organisations in Sheffield which do try to tackle this whole business of racism and disproportionality. So I want to see a police force that is that understands these things. I want a thinking police force, a force that's not in denial about things, that is not resistant to evidence, that wants to understand what's happening. I want every police constable who's out there in the street, who's confronted with a young lad in a stop and whatever it might be, to understand the context of all this, what is happening here, and what responsibilities does that police officer and that police force have towards this young man. I don't want to see young people criminalised at the beginning of their lives, particularly when they're very vulnerable as young people are. So I want a police force that's honest, open, transparent, willing to face these things, as I say, not in denial about the past, but wanting to learn and to make good progress. So I'm interested in the recruitment. How do we do it? How can we get that better? Because I'm really aware of the fact that SYP are not making the progress that they ought to in terms of recruitment. I want to look at training. And these are the things that I asked the independent ethics panel to get into the weeds of. Training.
Alan, sorry, I think you're doing our job for us at the moment. So you're
right.
kind of asking and answering your own questions, and which is great. I mean, but let's see if we can just get into a bit more detail into some of the things that you've said already and some of the things that are in your submission, because I'd like to invite a couple of colleagues to speak with you. But before they do, can I just clarify something? When you were talking about stop and search, because I'm sure, because I know my colleagues will wish to follow this up. When you talk about stop and search and the data that you have, which and your logic is clear and it's understandable. My question is, in terms of your point about the flawed methodology, my question is, whose job is it to get under these figures? Because the police really need to understand these figures and how it impacts them and the communities that they serve. So whose job is it to get under these figures, and what methodology do you propose that they adopt? And the third point you said was that you can't fund it, but you do fund the police. So at some point somebody needs to fund this research. So the first question is, whose job is it to get under these figures so that we have a more meaningful set of data around stop and search in this case to work with?
Well, I mentioned the independent ethics panel. That's the group of people that I work through, and they work with the police. So they're involved with the police all the time, and there are lead members of the panel who do that. One particular member of the panel, Michael Lewis, who is a former head of King Edward's School in Sheffield, has taken that forward. So he's done quite a bit to try and get at those figures. So if we want to, if I'm right, that actually the ethnic minority or the ethnic composition of the people who are stopped and searched is very different from what the general population's ethnicity was in 2011. How do we get at those figures? So he, as a former teacher, he says, well, one way of doing that is to have a look at who's in school and what's the ethnic makeup of those who are in schools. And he's been doing some work around that, looking back over a period of time, because people who were in school a few years ago are now those young people out in the communities, likely to be, in some communities, likely to be stopped and searched. So we've got at some of those figures, and we're doing the best we can with the figures we've got. I just think it's something that nationally we need to look at. It's a point I make to the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. It's a point I make to the Home Office, that if you are going to talk about disproportionality, you've got to work with the appropriate figures. And working with the 2011 census is not appropriate.
So locally, this is an issue that has come out through a number of different key stakeholders in the Sheffield city region, that they don't hold the data that would be useful. Do you not think that the South Yorkshire Police should generate that data itself, because it's bespoke data that they can then get underneath, rather than leaving a national organisation to generate that data?
No, I don't. I think, well, first of all, I think that nationally we need to have a methodology that makes sense, rather than the flawed methodology that we're using now. And then we would use that in each different area, including South Yorkshire. I don't think it's the job of the police to do this. We go to the local authority to ask them what they've got on children. Now, I think there's some obligation on whoever's holds data to release it, but it is difficult now with schools, of course, not being under the local authority in the way they once were. When I was deputy leader of Sheffield City Council in the 70s and 80s, we would hold all that information as a city council, as an education authority. We'd simply have it. We would know exactly who's in our schools and what the ethnicity of everybody in the school was. It's not easily available now, so you've got to work at it because of the academization, basically, of schools, and the fact there aren't officers in, that they're not flush with officers anymore in local authorities, in the educational department, or the equivalent thereof. So I think we do need that information, and we need it everywhere across the country if we're going to go on talking about stop, search, disproportionality, and so on.
In terms of the public account, so just on this, as we're on this theme, you've mentioned the public accountability boards. So in those cases, senior staff will come to you to give their account based, I'm guessing, upon the data that they've generated around what they've been doing and so on. So in those cases, the police generate data and share data with you on certain issues. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. So whatever data they hold, and that's principally because of the core business that they're in, which is catching criminals and putting them away.
Yes.
Not exclusively so. They do a lot of preventive work, more and more. And now we've got neighbourhood teams put back in place. They'll be acquiring more data, I think, at a more granular local level. Will be useful to us. But yes, that's what we do on the Public Accountability Board.
Okay. And so that's bespoke local data that they can use. That's local intelligence that they can use to then do their jobs better, more effectively. Okay. Thank you very much for that. I'd like to invite my colleagues Dawn and Rhonda to speak with you. Dawn or Rhonda, who would like to go first? Whoever does, can you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Yep. Hi, Alan. I'm sure we have met. I'm Dawn Dale. I am a citizen of Sheffield, a commissioner. I've worked in communities for the last 20 years, and I'm also an elected member and councillor for Shire Green and Brightside Ward, and have been now for 6 years. Thank you for coming. I think some of the questions that I was going to ask have already been asked and answered. However, I do want to do a little bit of unpicking of some of that. In general, I think what I'd like to ask you is what you think the biggest challenges are facing Sheffield regarding ethnicity, racism and the police. And under that, I want to ask some specific questions. Again, a few more questions around stop and search, the use of excessive force, some stuff around the community work that's going on, and around workforce. So I'd like to start by, you did cover a lot around why you think race and ethnicity is so significant in figures with regards to stop and search, and you've explained very clearly around what your view is. And Kevin asked the question that I was going to ask about the data and whose responsibility that is. But, you know, coming from a human perspective, we've heard throughout this commission about people's experiences, and they've explained to us around their experiences, around them feeling like they've been profiled through their experiences around stop and search. We had someone giving evidence that they had to use their car frequently as a salesperson, but, you know, they were constantly stopped and searched. And so that's led to them losing confidence and lack of trust within the police. In your evidence, you do know that there are a lack of complaints around stop and search. What would you say to members of the public who are constantly stopped and searched inappropriately, and to encourage them to report? So that's. Would you like me to go on with questions and then you can know?
No. I think that's enough. That's enough to stop there. Yeah. Just allow Alan to respond to that one, Dawn.
Yeah. I suspect if you go on, Dawn, I'll have forgotten the first question. But yes, we have met before. You gave me a very hard time when I came to the town hall to talk about the violence reduction unit, as I recall, and grants. But good to see you again. I think one of the things I would want to say to the Commission, I mean, I do not doubt that we have racism in this city. We have some individual officers who may well have racist views. We've got to deal with that. And I don't doubt unconscious racism and so on. And I think there's as we well know from this year, I mean, of all the years that when I look back, this year we've had a great deal around the question of race and racism, from the murder of George Floyd, the recent business with the English football supporters and so on. So it's been a real year when all these things have very much come to the fore. And it's enabled us to focus, I think, more on these particular matters. You talk about trust and confidence. I have to listen to the voices of the communities. Now, you've mentioned some particular voices, and I hear those because I talk to them. Young people who are stopped and searched. Most young people who are stopped and searched in Sheffield are, of course, white. They're white, working class young men we hear less of them, less of their voices than I do some of the ethnic minority voices, but they are there and they have a view. And I have to listen to that and try and capture that, because I want to know, well, what's happening to them in terms of their attitude to the police and to policing? And are we, as a result of their treatment in stop and search, are we making it more difficult for working class white boys, as well as black lads and Asian lads, to join, and girls, to join the police force? So I need to understand that. I hear lots of different voices from the minority ethnic communities. So I hear the lads and men who are stopped and searched. I also hear the mothers, the sisters and the grandmothers who tell me things as well. So I remember a meeting in Burn Grieve Ward with Pakistani, Asian mothers, grandmothers and sisters saying to me, we want stop and, as long as it's done proportionately and fairly, we want stop and search to continue, because we do not want our young people caught up in drugs and in violent crimes. I met a group of young women, teenage Asian women, young girls, in Broome Hall just before the lockdown, and they said exactly the same to me. We don't want our boyfriends caught up in drugs, and we don't want our boyfriends involved in violent crime. And so we see a role for the kind of enforcement that stop and search represents. So there's not one voice, there are a range of voices. And I, as the PCC, have to listen to all of those and then make a judgment about what we have to do about this. Now, having said all that, then yes, it does impact on those black lads, and we have to acknowledge that, which is why I want a thinking police force that is sensitive. It's very easy to criminalize young teenagers, and then that is an absolute disaster. So we want the police to think in terms of how we can steer people away, get them into, we want plenty of diversionary activities in those areas. And that's why I use the grant schemes, both the Violence Reduction Unit and my own money, which is all now coming from assets of crime. So we use the Proceeds of Crime Act to take money from the assets from criminals and recycle them back into the communities as community grants. I want to use that to make things better for young people. All through the pandemic, I've been trying to fund those sports organizations, the boxing clubs, the martial arts groups, and so on, to keep going during this period, because the danger for some of our young people are being drawn then into the gangs, and that's principally around drugs. To get drawn into that is really considerable. I want to go on doing that. As far as trust and confidence in the police goes, we did a survey as well, which you'd be interested in. We didn't send you this, we didn't quote it, but in 2017, I did asked for a survey to be done on attitudes amongst the hardest to reach groups in our communities, who were young people, unemployed people, and people in some of the ethnic minorities, as to what they thought, what their attitude towards the police and policing was. And this is a very good example of how, unless you do the work, unless you do the research, you don't necessarily draw the right conclusions. You can make wrong guesses about things. But when it came to confidence, the people who had most confidence in the police force were respondents who were under the age of 25 and black residents. They were the ones who had most confidence in the South Yorkshire Police. They thought the South Yorkshire Police understood their communities. I couldn't have guessed that. I wouldn't have guessed that. I'd have thought that was the last thing I would have expected. Residents under 25, again, who were from the minority ethnic communities, were most positive residents about policing in South Yorkshire. So I think if we're going to understand trust and confidence, we've got to do that kind of work. We've got to drill down into the communities, hear the many different voices and get it right. Because I'm quite sure that if I go and hold a meeting, and some of the most difficult groups for me to meet are women's groups. If I can't hear their voice, then I'm not getting a proper picture of what the voice of ethnic minority communities are.
Dawn, before you respond, can I just seek clarification, please, Alan? You talked about the study that was done in 2017 on
It's a survey, yes.
Yes, that's right. Was that made public? Is it possible for us to?
Yes, we can let you have it. No problem at all.
Okay.
And as I say, it was a lot of surprising conclusions coming out of that.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the sort of thing that I was referring to earlier on when I was asking you about who should be doing the research. And in this case, you have the police doing the research.
No, this is a survey I commissioned, and they are expensive if you're going to do them properly. Yes. So that under stop and search, which was one of the specific research questions, 3/4, 76% agreed that SYP used stop and search powers fairly and respectfully. I wouldn't have expected that.
Yeah. So what was that percentage?
76.
Okay. So that's very helpful. So would you consider commissioning a study just on stop and search, given some of the points that have been raised already today and what you've heard in the community?
I mean, I think if your commission, I presume, will come up with recommendations, and I think that if one of the recommendations that came from you was that more research needed doing around particular areas, not necessarily stop and search alone, but around particular areas, that would be something I would look at very favourably, because it is something that I can do, but it does cost money, and if you're doing it well, it'll cost you, a good chunk of money. So I have to be careful about. You could survey forever, couldn't you?
Yes, but you obviously see the value of good data and sound analysis, don't you?
Absolutely.
And the other point I really wanted to raise was you were talking about mothers and different voices that you hear around stop and search. And in many cases, I don't think there's anybody in this meeting who would argue against good policing and and legal stops and so on. I think, but if we went back to the same voices, they would argue against over policing. So they wouldn't want their sons and daughters to be over policed. And I think we need to separate those things out. There's one thing to have different voices saying you stop and search, but there's another that says something different about over policing. And I think the issues that Dawn was getting at was that some of the people that we've spoken to have talked to us about over policing, and some of those and some of those have come from some of the groups that you have funded, the gyms and so on, who've said that the people that they're working with have complained to them about feeling over policed and profiled and so on. And similarly, and this is just to feed back to you, some of the gyms have talked about being underfunded themselves. So you've kept them some open, you've supported some, but they've felt underfunded. So I think there might be, again, we can make recommendations, but this is more of a dialogue, sharing some of the things that have come to us already.
Well, when it comes to funding, of course, I have a pot.
You have a pot, and it's limited.
It's not an infinite pot, it's a finite pot, and we have to divide it between groups, and it has to go over the whole of South Yorkshire, not just Sheffield. And of course, it's going into rural areas as well as into the urban areas, as I said. Over policing, I think it's a very important point. And again, if you apply that to stop and search, then the question for me is, at what point does stop and search become counterproductive? I.e., when does the police start to lose trust and confidence of that wider group who are saying, we do want it, we do think it's a deterrent, is what those mothers were saying to me. We do want it, but we want it done professionally, we want it done respectfully, and we want it done proportionately. At what point does it become counterproductive? Now, we have a rough rule of thumb, which the Independent Ethics Panel have kind of come up with. It's not that scientific, but it's a judgment they make that if you don't get positive outcomes for more than 20% of the time, or about 20% of the time, if you're going to fall well below that, then a community will start to lose confidence in it. They'll say, what you're doing it for if you're not actually finding weapons and you're not actually finding drugs. So we've got that rough rule. We reckon if you fall below that, you start to, and we've seen it in the past, where stop and search in Sheffield has had negative consequences for the whole of the community, not simply that age group which is likely to be stopped and searched. Now, the gyms you mentioned, the people in the gyms are likely to be in that cohort. So I'd expect the gyms to have a different feel to it, stop and search, than the wider community. But I do hear what they're saying, and I understand the impact that has on them, because it's very difficult for the South Yorkshire Police simultaneously to say, oh, we're stopping and searching you, and by the way, would you like to join the police? That is not a good, easy message to convey. So we do need to think very carefully about the impact that stop and search has on that community, on those communities.
Yes, thank you very much. Dawn?
Yeah, just coming back onto that then, Alan, thank you, about stop and search. And you have alluded to some of the things that I was, and answered again some of the questions that I were going to ask. And the data shows that almost 20% of stop and searches did not have reasonable grounds. Now, do you have the underlying data there which could point out could direct us in what ethnicity that is made up of that 20% which were not to have reasonable grounds?
I think in the case you're referring to, Dawn, is that it's the HMI research that was talking about data integrity being at 83%. Yeah, I think it's that, and so therefore nearly 20%.
Yeah,
were not deemed to be on reasonable grounds.
Yeah, and I think what I'm asking is, are you able to say what percentage of the searches without grounds fall into BAME categories? And if you have that data, would you be able to provide us with that data? But you've also alluded to the fact that we just,
sorry, the questions are getting a bit long.
No, this is quite relevant, Kevin, actually, because right. Kevin, Alan has said that South Yorkshire Police and himself are aware that stop and search, while some people want them to be productive, we are aware that they can be counterproductive. But what are we doing about that?
Okay, right.
Well, I think when you started the question, I think you were asking about those stops and searches which don't produce a weapon or a drug. What's the ethnic makeup of the people within that? And I don't have the detail of that, but I'm sure we can get, unless Michelle knows something I don't know.
Professor Hilton, Commissioners, Michelle Butchery, Chief Executive to Alan in the office. Good afternoon to you all.
Welcome.
Thank you, Professor Hilton. Yeah, I think, Dawn, what you're referring to is HMIC FRS around the data. So I don't know that HMIC FRS in their report drew the conclusion that they were unlawful stops and searches, but that the audit trail didn't lead us to any conclusions. And it's part of the reason why the Commissioner has asked his independent ethics panel to get into some of these areas. We don't know what we don't know. And so we've asked some specific questions for the ethics panel to look into, to understand the experiences and understand the data and understand what we don't know, because they're not on the face of any reports that we've had. So those specific questions that are set out in the terms of reference in the appendix are part of the reason why the Commissioner wants to know more and do some deep dive evaluation and scrutiny work. We can get the information if the force have dug into those details, because they'll be required to in relation to where they weren't able to provide the audit trail, Dawn. They will have done some addressing of that, so we can find out what we can find out and send it on to the Commissioners.
That's great, thank you, Michelle. Just moving on from stop and search then, I have a question with regards to the excessive use of force. Having worked in communities for a very long time and living in Sheffield, I've also witnessed myself and spoken to people who have observed the use of excessive force, particularly to members of the community from a BAME background. What is your what is your understanding of why you think this is? Is it? I'll give you an example. The approach to people in a situation from a BAME background. So there's an incident, police arrive on scene. The initial approach to people is aggressive from the get-go, and then this ends up being a situation of excessive force used. I think, why do you think this is, and what is being done to address this issue?
Well, this is why I have an independent ethics panel. It's the kind of question that we would put to them to try and get to the bottom of that, if it's true. So one of the things they will be doing is looking at the body-worn videos that the police now wear all the time, and what are they capturing there. They will be looking at that to see whether they detect anything. Now, it's interesting you mention that, because I was talking to one of them a little while ago, and they were looking at some body-worn video, body-worn camera footage of a domestic abuse incident where officers were called to a domestic situation that was happening in a house. And they compared that incident where the family was white with another one where the family was black. And the officers themselves were talking about the importance of getting the evidence together and so on, and how compelling video footage was when you got to court. What they didn't seem to notice, according to the member of the independent ethics panel, was that there was possibly a difference between the way they had approached the white family and the way they'd approached the black family. This kind of thing that you were alluding to there. Now, it's that kind of thing that I think I want to help the police to be more thoughtful about. When you're looking at this body-worn camera footage, in the case here of domestic abuse, yes, you're looking at it to see how the officers have captured evidence for the court case. But think around it, think around that, so that you're also thinking about how are they approaching this in the case of a black family, and is there a difference? And how do you account for the difference? So it's that thoughtfulness that I want to see on the part of the force. Is there unconscious, because we're talking about unconscious bias probably here, is there unconscious bias? Are you becoming aware of it? How can we help you do that? That's the kind of thing the independent ethics panel lead members will be getting into.
Thank you, Alan.
So, Dawn, if I can just follow up from that, at what point does the individualized notion of unconscious bias become a systemic issue where there is a pattern that emerges in terms of these behaviours? Is that something that the independent ethics panel will be looking at also? It's much more straightforward to apportion blame to individuals and individual behaviours than to look at something that perhaps has a longer history within a culture. Is this something that the independent ethics panel will be exploring as well?
It's something that all of us together then will think about. It's a bit like the when does stop and search become counterproductive? Now, there isn't a figure that you can extract that says, well, it's when you fall below 20%. That's a rough and ready judgment that we've made in Sheffield. Might be a different judgment in Tottenham, I don't know. But it's in Sheffield, we detect that if you start to fall below that, then that impacts on communities. Now, if you're saying, when does this individual unconscious bias add up to systemic unconscious bias by the whole of the organisation? I think we just have to accept the fact there is unconscious bias in our communities, in our society, and therefore it would be astonishing if it wasn't also true of the police force. We've got to help the police force recognise that, understand that, and act differently as a consequence of that understanding. That seems to me what the job of the IEP is helping the force to do.
Thank you. Dawn, did you want to hand over to Rhonda, or do you have another
Well,
question?
I think it's fair to do that. I mean, I did have a list of other questions regarding communities and workforce,
Yes,
but yeah,
we'll come back to you if
some
there's time, Dawn. Thank you very much, Dawn. Rhonda, could you welcome Rhonda, and could you introduce yourself before asking your first question, please?
Oh, sure. Good afternoon, Alan and fellow guests of the OPCC. My name is Rhonda Allen, and I'm a youth prevention worker with the community youth teams based in the North. And basically, I work with young people aged 10 to 18 to keep them out of the criminal justice system. That's as much as I'll say about myself for now because of time. So I think my first question to you would be, do you think there is a benefit to having a local police officer or PCSOs from BAME backgrounds working alongside community organizations, youth teams in multicultural communities? And what will be done to encourage this? And the reason I'm asking this question is because over a year ago, community youth teams, the CITOs, were removed, which are the community youth team officers that worked alongside us, and they were a real benefit to the service, but they were removed. And for us to even get information to follow up on cases, there's a lot of red tape. We have nobody to really go to. So I guess what can be done to probably be re-looked at in terms of CITOs?
Well, thank you very much indeed, and thank you for what you do then, Rhonda, as well, your job. I mean, I hear what you say. I agree with you. I think that, yes, if we can have more, we need a police force that looks like the public it serves. I mean, everybody accepts that, everybody understands that, which is why we are really concerned if we can't get better representation from all the different ethnic minority groups, all the ethnic groups in our police force. And then I think we've got to think very carefully about where they're deployed. And I've seen some PCSOs, I think of one particular PCS, I think it was a PCSO, might have been a PC, who was able to understand the Roma language. They weren't Roma, I think they were Slovak speaking themselves. And I would have expected to see them in Page Hall, and I saw them, which wasn't Page Hall. Things like that, I think the police have got to get better at utilising properly the resources, the human resources that they have. So yes, I would like to see minority ethnic officers present in predominantly minority ethnic communities. As far as those CITOs are concerned, yes, I mean, everything went a few years ago when, remember, we've had 10 years of cuts, as local authorities have had of all organisations in the public sector and lots in the voluntary sector have had. We've had 10 years of relentless cut after cut after cut. Only now are we trying to stabilise our finances, and in the case of police officer numbers, we're actually increasing them. That's enabled us to put back neighbourhood teams were done away with to save money, basically. And we just had response officers in uniform. We've now put back the neighbourhood teams. We've been doing that for 2 years. They're not fully back up to strength yet, but they're not far off. So that's enabling neighbourhood teams to look again at some of those roles that they had previously. And so they're now being asked to put in youth engagement officers who will be relating to schools again. Now, interestingly, at the last Public Accountability Board, in fact, a couple of them, I've been asking questions about these youth engagement officers. Where are they? Are they back yet? And so on. And the answers I got were a bit sheepish, not to say, well, to be frank, I don't think they've really done it yet, but they are pledged to do it. So they will be putting them back, and I shall be pursuing that through the Public Accountability Board to make sure they do it. I think they'll do it, first of all, with secondary schools, and then hopefully we'll get round to the junior schools as well. So that is the plan.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question is, in your report, you spoke about the Violence Reduction Unit and the funding application. Can you explain, to the Commission, how the funding is allocated and distributed to achieve quality and diversity? And in addition, can you give us an overview of the diversity of staff and decision makers within the Violence Reduction Unit?
Well, as far as the grant making goes, I was hoping that Graham might join us, but it looks as though he hasn't got in. So I'll say something. And
Alan, he did join us briefly. He was playing around with his curtains for a while, and then he disappeared. So I'm not sure where he is. So yes, if you can just proceed without him.
So it's curtains for the leader of the Violence Reduction.
Indeed. Yeah.
I'll do what I can. I mean, essentially, the Violence Reduction Unit is government funded. So we have to operate within government criteria as far as the grants go and the giving of grants. That means we've had to identify across the whole of South Yorkshire, not just Sheffield, the whole of South Yorkshire, where are the violence hotspots. And we've done a lot of mapping around that, and that's been done in really quite considerable detail. And every local authority, because all the local authorities are members of the Violence Reduction Executive Board, so the Sheffield City Council is represented on that board, so is the voluntary sector, so are the faith sectors, so is probation, so are the police, so etc. So it's a big partnership of people on the Violence Reduction Board. And we had to map the hotspots for violence. So the funding, the grants, will be directed towards those places where there is serious violence, and it's all about reducing the violence in those places. So criteria are set partly by the Home Office itself in giving us the funding, and then we have our own criteria that fall within that as to where it goes in Sheffield. So it is mapped. I mean, at the moment we've got grants are currently being looked at. Applications for grants are currently being looked at. We had a lot of applications, I might say. The total value of the applications came to over £1 million. The money we've got to spend is about 190,000, I think. Marie will nod her head if that's correct, and I think she's nodding her head. So you can see already we're going to be disappointing far more people than we can possibly help. And many of those who will be helped are in the areas of poverty and deprivation, and many of those will be community groups that deal directly with minority ethnic groups. That's just the way that will fall out. So that's a very big, broad way of thinking about it. If you wanted any more detail, I'm sure we can let you have it. Or you asked a question about who actually does there's a little panel that do that. I don't do it directly. Okay. I suspect the ethnic, because there are only 3, I think. Marie may know the answer to this, but I suspect we're all white on that, because it's something that we said a few days ago that we probably ought to look at and think about. But Marie, do you want to say something around the grant giving panel?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes. Good afternoon, Professor Hilton, members of the Commission. My name is Marie Carroll. I'm the Partnerships and Commissioning Manager for the Police and Crime Commissioner. So as Alan says, yes, the panel in respect of the Violence Reduction Unit, it was predominantly white. It was made up of members of the Violence Reduction Unit, myself and a member of my team, and then also we had an external member who was a member of the Violence Reduction Executive Board, was an independent member.
Okay, so how long does the panel run for?
I think the panel is convened whenever we have a grant round, so I don't think that membership isn't a fixed thing. So we'll be looking, it's something we've already said we'll have a look at as to whether we shouldn't have on that panel someone from one of the minority ethnic groups.
Rhonda, you also asked about staff within the VRU.
Yes.
Because it's a partnership, many of the staff are seconded in from our 4 local authorities, the police force, and from our office. Of the 3 staff that are dedicated to the unit, that's 3 of them. One of the 3 is from ethnic minority background.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, and I just have 2 more. In your report, you explained that you are the chair involved with several partnership boards, Alan, including the Criminal Justice Board, the Violence Reduction Executive Board, and the Countywide Community Safety Forum. Can you provide the Commission with information relating to the diversity makeup of these boards? You're on mute, Alan.
Yes, we can do. I don't have it to hand, but we can certainly do that. And clearly the people who come to that are not, it's not within my gift to say who these people are. They come from their representatives of their particular organisations. So they would tend to be lead officers in each of those bodies. So that might be probation or prisons or whatever.
And they change over time, Rhonda. We have a lot of turnover in relation to representation, but we can show you the current profile if you want to do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And my last question to Alan is, what legacy as Police and Crime Commissioner in relation to equality and diversity would you like to pass on or implement?
Right. Well, I mean, I hope we'll be in a very different place come the end of my term is 3 years' time. I hope we'll be in a very different place. And as I said in those opening remarks, I think this year has really brought the whole issue of race and diversity and so on all into perspective in a way that I've not known in perhaps the whole of my adult working life. So in a whole series of areas, we've got to get things right. And all the questions that you've asked today, I think, are pointing us to those particular areas. But yes, I would like to see a more diverse police force, of course. I'd like to see more diversity in my office and the people that I employ there and through the Violence Reduction Unit. And I hope that that will happen in that 3-year period. I think we've done very well in some areas. When I look at policing, for instance, funnily enough, a few years ago when I first came in, the very top of South Yorkshire Police had an assistant chief constable who was from an ethnic minority. Now we don't, but we do have what we didn't have then. We do have half the senior command team is female. That's been a big change, and of course the chief constable now is female. And likewise, the workforce is well on its way to, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if within 3 years or so, it is almost 50-50 male and female. But I think it's really struggling with ethnic minority representation. And one of the things I've charged my office and the independent ethics panel to look at is how we can improve that diversity by looking at those places which seem to be more successful. So we're looking at Nottinghamshire, Lancashire Police to start off with, to say, how did you do it? What enabled you to do it? And I hope we can learn some things from that. I've got my own theories and views about it, which is that you've got to start very early on. You've got to improve the relationship between the police and its communities. Now we're doing that. Putting the neighbourhood teams back in is a start, but you've got to have people, police officers in neighbourhood teams who behave well towards those communities, understand those communities. So I'm hoping that the restoration of the neighbourhood teams will make a difference. We've got to look at recruitment, we've got to look at training, we've got to look at retention, we've got to look at all these things, and whether people who are from minority ethnic groups just feel welcome in the force. What's done to help them feel part of it and welcome, even if they've joined and they're actually police officers, do they really feel welcome in it? So there are some very important questions that we're asking now, between now and when I leave, which I hope we'll have answered in a satisfactory and a happy way.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass you back to Kevin because of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. So we have a little bit more time, and I would encourage commissioners, if they have a question, to get it to me quite rapidly, because we will be finishing on time today. Because I would like you to have some sunshine, a tiny bit of sunshine today. Now, Alan, when you talked about your hope of the 50-50 gender split in 3 years' time, and for me that is a laudable aim. When we think intersectionally, we need to consider, for example, with women, that we need to think which women are benefiting from this focus on inclusivity and equal opportunities, and which men are also benefiting. So in as much as that focus on gender is so important, we need to, the police needs to know who is being included and who's being excluded. So do you think that if the police had a more intersectional focus on these issues, that there wouldn't need to be a separate focus on gender and ethnicity? Because if you were thinking about gender and ethnicity at the same time, as you were improving the male-female split, you would also be improving the ethnic diversity.
Yes, and by intersectionality, what do you mean there? Do you mean looking at, for example, LGBTQ? Would that be possible?
Yeah, absolutely. So different identities. So as we're talking about men and women, we're talking about, you know, men and women with different protected characteristics. So you know, we're thinking more efficiently and effectively, I suppose.
No, I agree with you, and I think the force has made great strides in that regard. A couple of years ago, they revived the what we're talking about, LGBTQ. They have an association of officers and staff members who are part of that. That was revived a couple of years ago. So all that is to the good. But I think you're right, and what I was trying to say when we're looking at things like you know, stop and search data, I have to take into account the fact that communities are we're not in binary. Nothing's ever binary. It's always complex, and we have to think about that complexity. So yes, the makeup of the force is not just male, female. It's all these other things as well. And the area that most concerns me, and perhaps partly reflects my own background, I come from a working class background, industrial working class origins, first to go to university, all those sorts of things. But for me, what is so striking about so much of this is that class, which has always been very important for me as one of the principal factors in determining life chances and of people of whatever ethnicity, we rarely mention it. And I think a lot of this, going back to stop and search, it's about social class. Well, it's about male, first of all, it's about social class, secondly, and then thirdly, it's about ethnicity. And I think the class thing is often overlooked. So I think we need a more working class young people to be joining our police force. I hope they're not being deterred by the fact that everybody now has to have a degree. I hope that, in fact, this apprenticeship degree is a way in which they can get their degree and become members of the police force.
Can I just ask you about the, before I turn to Ruth, by the way, so if you can be ready, Ruth, can I just ask you about the National Diversity Awards? In 2019, the South Yorkshire Police were nominated. Do you know what happened? How did they fare?
In the award? I don't.
Yes.
No. Did the police know this morning?
They weren't asked. We couldn't get around to that, but we did ask them a different question.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll ask them myself.
Okay. I mean, we can easily. I mean, they've only just over the past few days started to circulate their nominations for this year. So it's just kind of reminded me that the South Yorkshire Police was nominated.
Haven't you got Nancy Fielder as one of your commissioners? Isn't she?
Of
media?
course.
Didn't the media do a report on it? And haven't they got something in their archives?
The answer's no. But then again, I'm guessing that in 2019 there were a lot of awards about to be given to various folks, and then lockdown occurred and events weren't held, and so I'm guessing that might be the issue, but we'll see. We'll look into it.
Professor Hilton, I think there was an award in relation to employer of choice, but we'll get you some details.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Ruth, can you introduce yourself before asking your question, please?
Good afternoon, Dr. Allen, Marie and Michelle. My name's Ruth MacDonald. I'm a social worker for the Child Criminal Exploitation. I regularly attend the Bronze and Fortify meetings where young people are basically being mapped as OCG gang members. One of my big concerns is, well, obviously children being labelled gang members or OCG nominals. But at the same time, I recognise that there's a lack of diversity in regards to who actually attends these meetings. What are we going to do in order to change this? Because it's a serious concern. When I walk in, and I'm probably the only black face there, well, I pick it up straight away.
Ruth, could you just say a bit more about this group, because not everybody will know about this group. So the Bronze group is what?
Do you want to explain, Dr. Billings? Do you know what the Bronze is?
Well, the force had this system of labelling things gold, silver, bronze, and the bronze meant the gold is the people at the top who are making the strategic decision. The bronze there are the people at the coalface who are really doing the job, doing the work. So
yes.
I presume.
Yes, so basically across the city, where crime has been taking place, I'm talking in regards to guns, drugs, and young people have been exploited, county lines, etc. Once a fortnight, the team actually meets up, and that's bringing in community police officers, community workers, etc., where they all come together, share information, and look at what they're actually going to do in regards to disruption.
So your question is,
so
these teams meet fortnightly, and these teams are practitioners on the ground, and invariably you're the only black face that goes to
well, it's me and another woman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I hear what you're saying. Perhaps I can just remind everyone that my job is not to run the police force. That's the Chief Constable. So, but my job is to hold to account. So I'm interested to hear what you say, and that becomes for me then a question that I can ask the Chief Constable as to what's going on here and why are you the only black face that's in the room, and does she feel that's a problem? Is that an issue? Is that something that they ought to be thinking about? So I think that's my role. That's how it would work for me, hearing what you say and going back to the chief now and saying, look, I've heard this. Is it an issue? Should it be an issue? And if it is an issue, then what are you going to do about it? If that's helpful.
That would be really good.
I'd be interested to know any more that you've got, probably off camera and out of this meeting, but
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to follow this up, can I ask Kelton, who has a similar question about issues to do with diversity?
Hello, Dr. Billings. I think we met before. My name is Kelton Rivers. As a commissioner, I'll just say who I am here. I'm wearing the hat of one of the commissioners. I've got many other hats that we met under. Nice to meet you, Maria and Michelle as well, and Graham, who's not here. I know about the Violence Reduction Unit. I went with you to Glasgow, so I understand that we needed that. But my question is about many organizations have something called advisory panels, which in essence becomes a tick box for people to say, yes, we've got people advising us. But within that groups, we need to diversify ages, we need to diversify areas that these groups come from. In your group, you have ethnic minority advisory panel, the South Yorkshire just last month, and by just inviting one specific group, which doesn't really mean the whole of Sheffield is covered. So my question is, Dr. Billings, is how often do you change, and how, in terms of intergenerational, how many young people from the ethnic minority or BAME groups have you got in your panel? And are you, if you don't have any, what are your plans to make sure that there's inclusive intergenerational ethnic minorities?
I think the panels, well, there are lots of different sorts of panels. I mean, the South Yorkshire Police is a big organisation, 5,000 people, officers and staff across the whole of South Yorkshire, and all sorts of panels are meeting across the piece to do with all sorts of things. So panels meeting to scrutinise stop and search or the use of force, for example. Panels, independent advisory groups will be meeting in each of the districts to look at whatever issues that those independent advisory groups want to talk about, So I'm interested in those, and I'm interested in who they've got on the panels. Now, everything's been disrupted this last year with coronavirus and the inability of people to get out in person. They have continue to do things remotely, but we're starting, as we come out of the restrictions, the lockdowns, those panels will start to meet again, and hopefully we're meeting in person. So the questions I ask of the force are, who is on your panels, and who are you recruiting? Now, some of it is sometimes very difficult to get. I mean, I know that if I want to talk to a group of young people, I can get a group of young people just like that, because there are some very keen young people who sit on all sorts of things like the youth parliaments, youth councils in different districts and so on. And I tend to see some people over and over again in that way, but trying to get through to the more difficult to reach young people to hear what they're saying is much more difficult. If we could get some of them onto some of our panels, that would be absolutely great. Everybody's working to try and do this, but it's not always easy. I've been thinking about this a lot recently, because it did seem to me when I met, I referred to them earlier, a group of teenage Asian Muslim, or mainly Asian Muslim girls in Broome Hall. That was a group that was already meeting. And I went because they asked me to go and just talk to them in an informal and conversational way. And I learned more in, an hour with them. Well, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but that I possibly would have done in an independent advisory group, something that we pulled together. If we can find ways into already existing groups, I think that may be a better route for us to hear authentic voices about what's going on. And the most difficult ones that we really do struggle to try and get hold of are women's groups, girls' groups. As I say, I've mentioned some of those here, not because I go to lots of them, but because they're fairly rare. But so when I met some Somali women, for example, that was rare. Could I get a Somali woman onto the independent advisory groups, one of the police? Possibly, but I don't know. But if we can find groups where they're already meeting and get ourselves invited along, that would be fantastic. Sorry, that was a bit of a long-winded answer.
No, that's fine. I mean, it just shows that we need to be inclusive, and we need to think outside the box in order to get everybody heard. And obviously you are a professor, and I don't want to correct you, but I don't really like people using the word hard to reach. It's seldom had groups, because no one is hard to reach. It's just services are not reaching them. Doesn't mean they are actually hard to reach. So we are here to help as well, Alan. If you need to support of different groups, and in Broome Hall, where I represent, there are quite vibrant groups, and you already know that because that's your area as well.
Yes, I mean, when I say hard to reach, I mean hard for me to reach, because as soon as they call you the commissioner or you're a chief constable or whatever, that puts up barriers very often. So yes, hard for me to reach. And you shouldn't be afraid of correcting professors or, good gracious me, I mean,
No, we invited you here, so you earn our respect for coming and accepting our invitation.
Well, you've never been slow in coming forward before, Khartoum, and yes, I do remember our trip to Glasgow. I thought it was a fantastic trip that we did, courtesy of the BBC. We weren't asking the council taxpayers of South Yorkshire to pay for it, but we learned more in that day about, in my view, what a public health approach to reducing violence was than I ever did reading all those research papers of professors, Khartoum.
She's frozen.
Oh.
I think you should accept that stunned silence as you know, as real acceptance of your knowledge.
We'll go with it.
Yeah. So though Carlton was, you froze for a little bit there, Carlton. So we presume.
Oh, did I? Sorry.
Yes. Just for a little bit. So yeah. So Carlton talks about it was an interesting to and fro there around the notion of hard to reach and what have you, and I absolutely agree with what Carlton said. I generally use the term underserved when I see it written somewhere. I think
we stand corrected.
So we've just hit 3:30, and it's been a very fast-paced session. Actually, it's a slightly longer session to one that we would normally have, but clearly there's a good reason for that, because we could stay for another hour to and go even deeper into some of the issues. There are a few things that hopefully the Secretariat have picked up on that we've requested, and I know that Michelle has also been taking notes, and hopefully we can get hold of those through the Race Equality Commission inbox, and they'll be shared with the commissioners. Alan, Michelle, and where are you on my screen? Your colleagues. Marie, there you are. Thank you very much for attending today. You've given us real food for thought. You know, some recommendations, ideas for recommendations have been verbalized and noted. So we will come back to you on those, or you might see them in the report. I hope you can continue to support the Commission, especially if we come back to you for clarification on anything down the line. But we really appreciate your time today. And I'd like to extend that to the commissioners and the Secretariat for your organisation. I'd like to also say to those people watching that we have the last of the hearings coming up a week on Tuesday and Thursday, which will be sport and culture. The last of our 6 themes, sport and culture, a week on Tuesday. So I look forward to seeing people then. I look forward to seeing commissioners on the sport and culture in the sport and culture briefing on Tuesday. And again, thanks again to our guests for your attendance. Much appreciated.
Well, thank you very much. And can I say thank you for your courtesy and the way you conducted the meeting. And we really look forward to the report, because it'll give me ammunition that I can use in my holding to account arrangement. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and everyone have a good rest of the day, and we'll speak soon. Thank you.